Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper of Survivorland, and I'm back here in Chaos Child, where we definitely moving right along on the no-no path. Also, hey Ramen and Kaleido, how you both doing tonight? Welcome to Viperland on the chat. Yeah, I don't know how much further we got in this one, but we're definitely hitting a tipping point on it for sure. We, the players, have known for a while that she's lying to us, because she's flat out told us. Straight out told us. But now Taku knows too. Without a shadow of a doubt knows. Not has a hunch, not straight up like, no, she lying. And he know. So yeah, that's where we left off, basically. Yeah, and he finds out from his best friend, the friendliest guy in this game. I was really happy when he had the smallest bit of redemption and then just left the story. Now he comes back with a freaking vengeance of hatred and garbage. I was happy with just, oh, he's just got a crush and is harmless and he went away. But nah, he had to come back and insult everyone, and when she turned him down, get literally, like, physically angry. Like, dude, I get you're in high school, emotions run high, but like, anger at somebody who doesn't like you will never, ever, 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 ever get them to like you. Ever. Accept it. Move on. You'll find someone else. But no, anger. Cool. And after insulting her whole family. And being like, yeah, that dead friend you had, she was never my friend. I was just there because I wanted you. She just got in the way. I'm glad she died. That was some big douchebag moments. Yeah. That happened. Excuse me. I had dinner and took a bath. Yuto and Yuki had already gone to sleep. Nono had her textbook out on the table. Of course I got hiccups now. Even when she wasn't going to school, she was still keeping up with her studies. She had asked her friends about what subjects they were covering and kept up on them at home. As student council president, she was trying to set an example. I had gotten my Pokecom online, but nothing I was seeing was going into my head. I was trying to figure out how to bring these things up with Nono. Oh, come on. What is it? What's what? You've been wanting to say something for a while now, haven't you? How could you tell? I can tell. I know all about you, Takeru. Is that because we were family? Then why? Can you come outside for a second? That said, we also know for a fact that Taku wears every emotion on his sleeve. He has no subtlety. It's Poppy. Don't know if it's on your end. Okay, hold on. I can reset it real quick. It sounds fine on my end, but I have no problem trying. Quick restart of 1. And come on. We'll go blank screen for just a second. Or it won't. Crackle. It might just be loud. Hold on. It's gonna go blank screen now. And it's gonna come back just about now. Those are the 2 resets I got, so we'll see if it works. Otherwise, it might be on your end, but we'll see. No, my levels look right. I went outside with Nono. Of course, we couldn't go too far with the little ones to think about, so we only took a few steps from the apartment. Nono followed after me, confused. She looked just a bit nervous, probably because she wasn't sure why I'd asked her to come out here with me. I turned around to face Nono. Huh? What's all this about? Are you going to tell me you're in love with me? No, we're going to tell you something you want to hear not at all. Huh? What are you talking about? I mean, you're bringing me out here at night like this. It kind of feels like it, doesn't it? Is it sounding any better, Ramen? It was true that maybe you could interpret the situation that way. Maybe. No, she's cool. Right. Oh, come on. I'm joking. You don't have to panic like that. We do have to panic because we want to ask you something way more uncomfortable than that. Well, even if it wasn't a joke, I wouldn't mind. Don't tease me like that. I took a deep breath to help me focus as I got ready to change the subject. A look of tension appeared on her face when she saw how I was acting. Listen, I want you to tell me honestly. She's not going to. Okay. Are you hiding something from me? Constantly and always. In the end, all I could do was ask her straight. Huh? Are you sure you're not lying to me about something? Where is this coming from? Why would you say something like that? I do like that she is about as good at hiding her emotions as Taku is. It's about the same. She's clearly decent at lying, but when it comes to hiding her emotions, it's like, no. Nono smiled, but I could tell. She was forcing herself to smile. You said no secrets between family members, didn't you? You're not breaking that promise, are you? Yeah, call her out. Good. Honestly, she's gonna hate you for it, but good. Call her out on that BS. Maybe she had her reasons, but even so, I was tired of it all. I was tired of being betrayed. I was tired of having the people I cared about lie to me. That was the whole reason he left in the first place, before the game even started. That was the reason. So to have him come back and try to regain trust and have her just constantly keep lying, mind you, I'm sure she has her reasons, and I'm sure it's something that's just been lying about for so long that but come on. He's not a dunce. He's gonna find out eventually. Also, you have a friend who can literally tell if you're lying or not. There's that. There was a moment's silence. It was Nono who broke it. Me? Her voice was so tiny I could barely hear it. Please, believe me. Yeah, I mean, it would make sense, but it's still... I know that's not an answer, but for now, please. In the darkness, I couldn't see the look on her face, but her voice was full of sorrow and pain. Unless I trusted Nono, we could never truly be a family. She's the one who put forward the rule. I mean, originally it wasn't her, but when the family was reformed in this ending, she made sure that that ground rule was the singular rule that stayed. And if she cannot hold up to that, it doesn't matter what the reasoning is. If she put that rule forth and is now lying to everyone in the household, specifically Taku, that's on her. That's on her. I truly believe she must have her reasons, but if the singular rule of the household is no secrets from family, and that everyone agreed to, but she's broken, she is the problem. Nono had said she wouldn't hide anything else. She said she wouldn't lie anymore. I was tired of being lied to, when I'd found out about my parents' death. I didn't even want to go through what I'd experienced when I found out about Sariko. I didn't even ever want to go through what I'd experienced when I found out Sariko was behind the killings again. It's such an easy sentence, and I just went, blah, 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 blah. It's not like it was one of those ones that was missing a word or something, so all I could do now was... Alright, no. I believe... You're always such a softy, Taku. A bitter voice echoed in the dark. Oh. Cool, we about to find answers forcefully, apparently. The clouds split and the moon shone down to reveal the person in the darkness. Her D-sword shone in the moonlight, and a broken smile was plastered on her lips. Well, yeah, I mean... if nothing else, Sarika has constantly been a force for change. A cold chill of terror ran down my spine, and I could feel myself start to sweat. I let my guard down. I thought that if I was lucky, I might never see her again, and I started to think that maybe I would be that lucky. I never thought she'd just show up out of nowhere like this. I wonder if she's just, this doesn't seem happenstance. I kind of get the feeling she's been watching them just waiting for a moment like this. Sounds like you're having a good time, Nono Kurusu. Sarika, what are you doing here? Spilling your secrets. You can't tell. How am I supposed to know what someone like you thinks? Someone like me? You're talking as if you actually care about Takeru and Miyashiro. I don't like that. I'm not like you. I wouldn't do something to make Takeru sad just because I thought he wanted it. But we know that's false because we know, and she definitely knows, he is very against being lied to. He is very against the people he cares about holding secrets, to the point where he literally left the household and wouldn't call her by her first name for the vast majority of the game. So that's a hard lie. Trying to take the high ground when it's like, mind you, what she's hiding is far, far less, I assume, than I murdered a bunch of people in creative ways just to try to entertain you. Let's be honest. It's not going to be something to that caliber, but you still don't have the moral high ground. I can almost see the invisible flames building up between them. Well, doesn't matter. If you want answers, I'll give them to you. I'm here to give you back what you gave me. Serika laughed in twisted glee. That wasn't the Serika I knew. The naive ditzy girl that was always by my side was gone now. What I gave you? I don't know what you're talking about, but there's no need for that. You can just go home. It's awfully nice of you, but I'm afraid that's not possible. Whenever someone does something to me, I like to do it back. Does something to her? Watch out, no. Oh no, it's after revenge. Yes. Well... Revenge, I see. So you're here because you want revenge for me taking Takeru, but... Nono pulled her D-sword from the void and readied it in front of Serika's face. Still a cool D-sword. All the D-sword designs are cool. But Serika didn't move a muscle. She just kept smiling. You're awfully bloodthirsty. Is that who you really are? Listen, revenge doesn't have to come by force. What do you mean? I don't have to kill you. I just have to tell the truth that you refuse to tell. For example, what if Takeru Miyashiro found out the thing you're so desperately trying to hide? I feel like every time it comes up, she deflects and basically just hopes he'll forget about it. Because it's come up more than once, not just in this ending. And I feel like she just keeps going like, he'll forget about it, Don't worry, he'll just forget about it. We'll just sweep it under the rug, he'll forget about it. And like, he's clearly not gonna do that. I also want to see the full view of hers. Yeah, we've only seen the claw bit, but there's clearly a blade that goes vertically. What she was trying to hide? Nono was hiding something from me. Dude, you literally just brought her out here to confront her about that. Yes, you know this. Man, within like 10 minutes of me saying Taku's sharp enough to pick up on things like that, maybe he's not. Maybe I was wrong. But she just told me to believe her. Because she keeps hoping you're just going to forget. The fact that she didn't tell him when she was literally going off to her death really shows that, like, she has no intention of telling him. She would hint at it just to be like, I feel like at that rate it's just to tease us, the players. But, like, the fact that she wouldn't even tell him in her dying note, left to only be read after she was deceased when she knew she was going to her death, really shows she never had any intention of telling him. She was going to deflect and hope he forgot forever. Yeah, Taku doesn't know yet, so I guess I have to tell him. Oh. Listen, Taku, that girl, Nono Kurisu, is... Stop it! Nono's D-sword flashed down at Serika's head. There was a shower of pale sparks. I do like the action music. Ah, look, Taku, this is who she really is. Nono flipped her wrist around, and this time the silver light flashed upwards. There was a roar of spiraling wind. Even I could tell that Nono's stance was all wrong. Serika was easily deflecting her attacks and grinning all the while. To be fair, that does seem to be a downside. That seems to be just a character flaw of Taku. He doesn't trust many people, but those he does, he kind of trusts unfailingly. He trusts Onoe until it was absolutely positive that he could not. And that's just how he'd be. Those he really trusts, he really trusts. That number is very small, clearly. Serika was easily deflecting her attacks and grinning all the while.
ねえタク
Yeah. Hey, Taku, you still don't know who she really is? Who she really is? Please, stop it.
しょうがないわね
I guess I'll have to tell you then. The truth about Nono Kurisu, or more precisely... Yeah, kinda that too. The truth about Senri Minamisawa. I don't know why I keep adding another entire syllable in there. I've been doing it since the beginning. Senri Minamisawa and Nono Kurisu were friends. Nono was bright and cheerful, and everyone loved and admired her. Senri looked up to her too. Like, I don't know where that extra syllable came from, but it stuck. Senri, however, was well aware that she was gloomy, that she mumbled, and that no one liked her. So when Nono first spoke to her, she was more confused than happy. She even wondered if Nono was trying to show off what a good girl she was by hanging out with a failure like her. In fact, that's how everyone else had seen it. But as she got to know Nono, Senri stopped doubting. The two of them just seemed to get along somehow. Senri was quiet, and Nono liked to take care of people. The two of them basically became fast friends. Senri Minamisawa was a dear friend to Nono Kurisu. But for Senri, it wasn't that simple. From her perspective, Nono Kurisu had everything you could ever want. She was jealous. She knew it was wrong. Tonight's just the Urian J night. She knew it was wrong to think that way. She knew she should never think that way. But the more she thought about it, the stronger the feeling became. I'm so jealous of Nono. I wish I could be like Nono. If only I'd been born under a lucky star like her. Then I'm sure I also would have. I want to be Nono. That was Senri Minamisawa's wish. And then, 6 years ago, there had been a deafening roar, a violent shaking and a blinding light. Think that's our motive? Yeah. I'd be willing to bet, considering how vehement they were that we don't look up, I'm pretty sure that when Ark, in like episode 3 or whatever, looked up Senri Minamisawa because we couldn't remember the name, I'm pretty sure they probably saw a picture of this back then. They were like, yeah, no, it was, I saw a picture of the girl in the chair. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that works. They're like, whew, they believed it, okay. I could be wrong, but I get the feeling that, like, they got spoiled super early. Ah yes, Earthquake Central, bad times. Nono Kurisu was right in front of Senri. Nono was caught by a collapsing building and on the verge of death. She could barely keep her eyes open. There was nothing Senri could do for her. I don't want to die. There's so much more I want to do. I don't want to die yet. And then her voice faded away. Senri would never hear it again. Nono Kurisu would never move again. Nono, Senri cried. She knelt before Nono and cried and cried. Nono Kurisu was her only friend. She was sad to have lost her. And... Nono, you know, I always wanted to be you. Why did you die? Tell me, why? I should have died. I should have been the one to die. Even if I survive, I'm just going to have to do more of those painful experiments. Even if I survive, nobody will be happy. If only I'd died instead of you. And then there was a light. And do you know what happened next? A magic sword appeared, and Senri Minamisawa's body was enveloped in a strange light. And then, amazingly, she found herself transformed into Nono Kurisu, the girl she'd always wanted to be. That was her, Senri Minamisawa's awakening as a Gigalomaniac. And then poor little Senri Minamisawa buried the real Nono Kurisu and told everyone that Kurisu's body was her own. And thus she was reborn from an ugly duckling into a beautiful white swan and began a wonderful second life. And she lived happily ever after. Till this moment right here, basically. Well, Taku, how do you like the tale of the two changelings? Nono Kurusu and Senri Minamisawa. A story from medieval Japan. It describes the tale of a young boy and a girl who are raised as the opposite sex, and the chaos that ensues. Sometimes it is also used as a name for other stories involving characters who switch sex or social position. So Freaky Friday. Freaky Friday, got
楽
it.
しかった？
I guess it's not quite social position in that game, but it also is. Adults and children have very different social standings. It's a looser guess, but whatever. My pulse began to quicken, and I started to lose the ability to think clearly. I could feel my soul shifting within my body. The ground under me shook unsteadily. No, it wasn't just the ground, it was my whole world. Everything that made up the person named Takeru Miyashiro began to shake. My head hurt, and I couldn't understand what I was hearing. I think so. I don't recall it. What did I just hear? Was Serika telling me that Nono was Senri Minamisawa? The funny thing is that, like, other than the lie, none of this changes anything for any character in this game except the bastard. He's the only one who knew Nono before this happened. Everyone in her life right now only has known her after the earthquake. Oh yeah, no, the lie is a huge thing for Taku. Oh, for sure, but like, if she had told people at the beginning, it would have changed nothing. Like, but like, I mean, how do you tell a person that, I suppose? Like, I get it. But like, other than being lied to, it's still the exact person he's known the whole time. But clearly the lie is not happy. Also, hey Sora, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing? Nono was a Gigalomaniac. I knew that already. But her power was... No, her Gigalomaniac power is the same as Arimura's. She can tell when someone's lying. Right, Nono? Character's broken inside of you. Yeah, you know, it never happens. Answer me, Nono. Nono said nothing. She just looked very sad. Serika's lips curled up into a mocking grin. Wow, you really are such a dummy, Taku. You're helpless without me. What do you mean? Her power is the same as Hine Arimura's. She can tell when someone's lying. For someone who spent half their life living a lie, she sure is a terrible liar. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, but like... on the other end of things, I get why legally she had to keep up the lie. It's a hard thing to tell the cops after a while that, hey, I'm not the person I keep saying I am. The person I keep saying I am is dead and I buried her and took her identity. But at the same time, like, I don't know. She clearly also emotionally needed to be Nono. So, it's not, I get that it's not an easy thing to say, but man, it could have saved a ton of heartache if she had found a way to do it early. It's not a lie. You're what? Are you going to lie to Takeru Miyashiro again? I mean, at this rate, she's more used to lying to him than not. No, I am Nono Kurusu. Serika must have thought Nono's words were the funniest thing in the world, because her body was racked with laughter. Wow, I can't believe it. You're still capable of lying, even now. Man, you're shameless. I mean, at this rate, lying is all she's known to Taku. Like, for real. Fine, I'll say it one more time. Listen, Takeru Miyashiro, that lying girl's power is duplication. Duplication? That's right, she's capable of imitating someone's appearance and voice down to the smallest details. That's her power. In other words... So, everything she told you was a bald-faced lie. You were tricked. She's been lying to you since the moment you first met. Finally, I felt a shock, like being hit with a club run through my skull. Now, I'd been feeling that shock for a while now, but my mind was just so dull that I couldn't even think. That's kind of amazing, huh? I bet you never imagined she was so full of lies, huh? But now you know what a nasty bitch Nono Kurosu, no, Senri Minamisawa really is. Instead of being sad when her friends died, she buried her friend under the earthquake memorial and told everyone that her dead friend was Senri Minamisawa. And then she began a second life as the bright, cheerful girl who everyone loved. Really, it's amazing. A normal person would at least feel some guilt. I don't know how she was ever capable of being so happy all the time. Women are scary creatures, huh? That's not true. What's not true? Serika's cold voice shot through the night like a bullet. Yeah. You're a fraud, a liar, and a fake. That's who you really are, Senri Minamisawa. There was a mocking light in her eye as she glared at Nono. Without even thinking about it, I closed my eyes and put my hands to my temples. Black doubts rose up and began to take shape. I'd seen Senri Minamisawa in my nightmares 1,000 times. I thought she hated me for not being able to help her. I thought she was the one behind the New Generation murders. And she was actually Nono? That's not true. Astonishing, you're still saying that. But it doesn't matter. Serika laughed a little and turned around to leave. I thought I'd kill you, but I think I'll just leave you like this. Why? Because it's more fun this way. Don't make your pathetic, miserable excuses to Takuru Miyashiro. Get on the ground and cry and beg for him to forgive you. Of course, I don't know if he actually will. Man, she's known this for a while, too. Because, like, if she knew where to dig up the ID, then she's known this probably since the get-go? Like, since meeting each other? She walked off into the darkness of the night, her laughter echoing down the street. I couldn't follow. I was helplessly caught up in what she said, as if I'd fallen into a whirlpool. Yeah, just would have known from the get-go, and I guess just waiting for this moment. Or was like, I got no reason to spill her secrets until, you know, provoked. I turned towards the sound of a hoarse voice. Nono was smiling at me, weakly. Huh, she really is crazy. She can't expect anyone to believe those lies, can she? Lies? That's right, of course she was lying. She's telling obvious lies to make us suspicious of each other. No, to make Taku suspicious of you, but like, honestly, she's been living this for so long, I don't even know if she can. But like, it's only that one, those little hints that she'd give. Like the, oh, maybe one day I'll sit you down and tell you. But like, I don't know. Who was lying and who was telling the truth? In the first place, it's impossible to just switch places with someone like that. She's crazy to ask you to believe her delusions. I mean, normally it would be, but if you could literally duplicate someone down to their every mannerism and appearance, and a giant city-shattering earthquake happened where a ton of people vanished, you could. Was it just a delusion? Her voice was nervous. Takuru, you'll believe me, won't you? Like, even... Obviously hearing this at any point would pretty much break him, but imagine if somehow she had found a way to tell him before, like, between the death of their father and starting the new family. It's a small window of time filled with grief, and I know that's not an easy thing to do, but imagine if she had somehow gotten it out then, and be like, this is me, this is who I've been, we're about to start a life with our family, no more lies. If he could have gotten past it then, they would have been golden. He might not have, mind you, but she was banking on the he'll never find out. But if he could have gotten past it then, they would have been golden. There would be no more lies. They would have... But, like, it's easy for an outsider to be like, yeah, that's what you should have done, but, like, they were grieving, it was weird. She was probably just like, I can't risk losing him, because they needed the family together, which is also a valid point. If he didn't get over it and left, all three of them would have been screwed. There was no right answer. But I'd argue the gamble on that was the better bet. But there was no way she could have known that Serica would just pop back and be like, I hate you, spill any secrets. You'll believe me, won't you? No.
私を
But believe me,
信
won't
じてくれ
you? Nono was right. I couldn't completely trust Serica right now. There was a good chance she was trying to make us suspicious of each other. Why, though? Like, why? She would much rather just kill her. She just knows that telling her secret is probably worse than killing her. But was everything Serica said a lie? But
タクル
there was one thing I could say for sure. That was,
信じて
is it okay to believe in you? I wanted to believe in Nono.
本当に
Is it really okay to believe you?
信じていいのか
She said we were a family. She said we wouldn't have any secrets, and I wanted to believe her. I didn't want to go through that anymore. I didn't want to be betrayed by the people I cared about anymore. Excuse me. Saw a pic and told everyone not to look it up. Yeah. No worries. Also, Eric, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Definitely glad I've looked up nothing for this game, because boy howdy were there so many little things that I could have innocently looked up, like just, oh, what was the name of that girl in the chair? That would have been like, oh, that just ruins a whole chunk of this, don't it? But yeah,
分かった
in from the past, no worries.
僕は
Okay,
信じた
I want to believe you, Nono. I was probably saying that to myself, not to her. The real Nono Kurisu was already dead, and another girl, Senri Minamisawa, had taken her place. Serica's words had come out of nowhere, and I couldn't believe them. Didn't ruin anything. That's good. That is good. And I'd already said that I'd believe Nono when she said she was telling the truth. You fool. I wanted to believe, but...
タクルおかわり
Taku,
は
do you want seconds?
いや
No, I'll pass.
朝だってあんまり食べてなかった
You
けど
didn't eat much at breakfast either. Are you not
調子悪い？
feeling well?
別に大丈夫だ
No,
から
I'm fine.
そう
I see. I said I wanted to believe, but it just wouldn't be that easy for any human being. The more you want to believe, the more you try not to think about something, the more the tiny thorn in your heart digs deeper into you. I knew that was just what Serica wanted, but that didn't mean there was anything I could do about it.
あの
Are you two fighting? Huh? Oh,
その
well, you've been acting kind of strange since yesterday.
のの姉ちゃんたち
Are you guys
喧
fighting?
嘩し別に
No, that's
そんな
not
ことないわ
true,
よ
right, Takeru?
ああ
Takeru looks her dead in the eyes and goes, correct. I am not fighting with Nono Kurisu. Just to really just stab the dagger. Yeah, we're not fighting.
タクル兄ちゃん
Big brother
早く
Takeru,
謝
you
っ
should
た方がいいよ
apologize soon. Hey, I know 99% of the time that is the correct answer, but this one time, it ain't him.
だから
I said we're not fighting. Even if we were, how do you know it's
仮
my
にしていた
fault?
として
だって
Because whenever Nono's mad, it usually is. That's, to be fair, he has a point, but like, don't worry, Yuto, Takeru didn't do anything wrong. Truth, she's not lying. She's not lying.
本当
Really?
本当本当
Really? Now come on, eat
そ
your
れより
carrots.
うー
Ah, I hate carrots.
そんなこと言って
If you
たら
talk like that, you
強
won't
い
grow up to be
男の
big
子
and
になれ
strong.
な
I used to hate carrots too, and now look at me, bespectacled for life. I actually really like carrots. It has nothing to do with that. Nono was bothered by it too, and it showed up in the way she was acting. The doubts within me, and Nono's unease, had built up to the point where even Yamazoe could sense them. Yeah, I'd like carrots. I used to snack on just bags of baby carrots at a time, so like I've had more than my fair share of carrots. Didn't fix the fact I need glasses, but tasty. We'd fallen right into Serica's trap. If there was any way to get out of this, it was for Nono to tell the truth. For her to tell the truth. I mean, it wasn't that I doubted her. I was doing this because I believed her, because I wanted to believe. That's what I told myself over and over again as I went to the meeting spot.
まったく。
Sheesh. At some point, I think I became your personal errand boy. You kinda did, and you deserve better. Shinjo's words were sarcastic when he saw me. But it made sense. I've been coming to him for everything lately. Really not supposed to be showing these to people outside the police force.
すみません。
I'm sorry.
まあいいさ。
Well, it's fine. It's too late for that now. Anyway, this is what you asked for. Shinjo, best girl. Shinjo, I don't know if he's the best, but he absolutely, he's one of the few characters in this game that has exclusively tried to do right by every one of the main cast, and just keeps getting nothing awful has happened to him, but he just kind of keeps getting ground into the mud and, slightly pushed aside. At least nothing awful's happened to him, which is nice. But he definitely deserves a bit better. Shinjo took out a large envelope and put it on the table. From minute one, he's actively been trying.
見て
May I look at it?
そのために持って
That's why I brought it here.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. I could tell my hands were shaking as I reached for the envelope. A normal main character like Shinjo inside of me? No. I don't think you could. I mean, I guess you could, but I feel like strange main characters kinda are part of the identity of Side V. To me, at least. Get to Ace Attorney. Again, I've played the first game to completion, so I have played the entire first Ace Attorney game. That will be a replay for me. So, I don't know, I can't say I know everything of him, but I do know the core character, at least. For sure. If I believed... If I wasn't suspicious, there was nothing to be afraid of. If I believed her, there was no reason to hesitate. I still wasn't sure whether it was okay for me to look.
どうした？
Well, you're not going to look?
いえ、
No. I opened the envelope and took out the documents inside.
そいつが
That's the autopsy report for Senri Minamisawa, who was believed to have died in the Shibuya earthquake. Shinjo whispered and looked around him as he spoke.
何せあの時は事態が事態だったからな。
Yeah, I feel like the Deviant Protags is as important as the science and the adventure. A lot of the data from the earthquake period is pretty spotty, and not just for Senri Minamisawa. We did DNA tests for any victims of the quake whose bodies were too badly damaged to be identified. Of course, Senri Minamisawa's body was heavily damaged by the fire, and so part of her remains were sent for DNA identification.
じゃあ、
And that body is really
それなんだがな。
about that. You can see when you look at the file, but both her parents perished in the earthquake as well.
そのせいで
So before they could match her body with the results of the DNA analysis, a close friend identified the body for
紹
us.
介する以前に当時親しかったとある人物の
とある
Close friend?
クルス・ノノだ。
Nono Kurisu. Yeah. In other words, Nono had said it was Senri Minamisawa's body. That was the only reason she was believed to have died.
クルス・ノノの証言
Nono
のみにより
Kurisu's testimony was enough to ID the body as Senri
南沢
Minamisawa's,
認定され
and it was returned to her family and buried. Got it so far? I feel like that's all we needed to know, but yeah. Yes?
よし
Okay, good. Then the envelope under it. It's gonna have some pictures you're not gonna want to see. Oh no. That's the DNA analysis report. I begged a guy I know in forensics to take a look at it. Now I owe him a bowl of ramen. Cheap price to pay, I guess.
あ、それくらい
Oh,
なの
I can...
おいおい
I didn't mean it. I'm not so poor I need a kid to pay my bills. Shinjo was laughing. But his salary probably wasn't that high. With payday coming up, it was probably a pretty big blow to him.
でだ
So, back on topic. I matched the analysis with the information I had.
結論を言えば
And to get straight to the
遺体
point,
の DNA
the body's DNA didn't match the DNA of Senri
父
Minamisawa's mother
親
and
母
father,
親のどちらとも
which means
その遺体は
the body didn't belong to Senri
南沢千里
Minamisawa.
のもので、
そういうことだ
That's right. Slowly, everything Shinjo said began to sink in. The body that Nono Kurisu had claimed was Senri Minamisawa's wasn't. But then why had Nono said that? Why? Had she mistaken someone else for Senri Minamisawa? But how was that possible when they were supposed to be the best friends? And...
さあそれじゃあ
So now the question is who the body actually belonged to, but
一体誰
you
だ
motioned for me to flip to the next page.
当時
There were 348 unidentified bodies that were sent for DNA analysis. After going through them all, I found one whose DNA matches to the point that I believe she's the mother of the person we thought was Senri Minamisawa.
極めて近い D
母子関係
Her mother? In other words, it was the mother of the dead girl. But who was that? Shinjo took a sip of water to wet his throat. His next words were clear and unmistakable.
クルスユカ子
Yukiko
渋谷地震
Kurisu,
で圧死した
the mother of
Kurusu
Nono
no
Kurisu,
母
was
親だ
crushed to death during the Shibuya earthquake. So just no hesitation, like this is 100% confirmed. Everything went black. I thought again and again about what he was telling me. The mother of the body they thought was Senri Minamisawa was actually Nono Kurisu's mom. Yeah. Which meant... I wonder if they do a DNA test on current Nono. If it's like, does she replicate her down to DNA? The body you thought was Senri Minamisawa was actually Nono Kurisu? Didn't even recognize my voice as I spoke.
それは
Are you, sure?
データは寡黙に
The accuracy of the data is beyond question. Instead of being sad when a friend died, she buried her friend under the earthquake memorial and told everyone that her dead friend was Senri Minamisawa. And then she began a second life as the bright, cheerful girl who everyone loved. Yeah. Sarika's voice echoed in my head. That was... You'll believe me, won't you? Mistakenly. Hey, Atelier, 48 heckin' months. Jeez. Whole bunches of months. That's 4 heckin' years. Jeez, time flies. Also,
Hi, Viper. How are
not
you doing
JoJo.
today?
It's usually JoJo, but it's not JoJo today. But thank you for 48 months of subscription, 48 months of heckin' support. Hope you're still enjoying all the Viperland goodies we got and the good times. I'm doing pretty good, barring the fact that we're going down sad paths inside AV, but that's really all paths inside AV. You know, it's not new, it's not shocking, but it's also, it is what it is. But otherwise, having a good time. How about yourself? Hope you're having a good weekend, though it's almost over now. It's funny because, like, statistically it should only be about 25% of the time, but I do feel like it is a higher chance. But statistically it shouldn't be. What? What the hell? She told me to believe her. Why did she tell me to believe her? Because she wanted you to believe her, to be fair.
おい宮代君
Hey, Mishiro, you're looking pale. Are you okay?
はい
I like how Shinjo hasn't put together the whole... Wait, but I know No. I guess at this point he's probably thinking it was a sister of hers or something. My guess, at least.
この結果
Anyway,
について
about
だ
these
が
results.
それなんです
About
が
that, can you let me handle this for a while?
そう言うだろう
I
と
thought
思っ
you'd
た
say
よ
that.
すみません
I'm sorry.
まあいいさ
Well, it's
だ
alright.
が
But I can't just ignore this. When the time comes, I'm going to have to take action. Okay. Got it. He's like, I'm gonna have some questions for that No. You can do what you need to do, but like, I can't stay out of this forever.
やれやれ俺もとんだ
Sheesh.
お
Such a
人よしだな
softie. He absolutely is, but for the best ways. In the best ways. Remember super early where like Potts had slight doubts that like maybe he was like... I mean, I feel like any slight doubts Potts had towards him were overshadowed by Kunasato. But still. Shinjo kept talking after that, but I couldn't hear a single word he said. All I could sense was some dark things sinking into my stomach. I feel like it was that one delusion from the hospital basement that immediately made Potions go, Wesker. Briefly too once. True, yeah. I staggered back home like a zombie in a graveyard. Like, it was possible for sure, but I feel like that we've so far past that now. The lead weight in my stomach got heavier. There's a feeling inside of me that I didn't recognize at all. Oh, welcome back, Takaru. Where did you go? I went to get the truth. Shinjo is a cinnamon roll. Nono was smiling at me like always, but I could tell that she was trying to judge my mood. That only upset me more. It was obvious now what she was afraid of.
タクル
I mean, she could have just not lied. Coming just off of Leskinen. Yeah. True. Nono Kurisu. The person I'd always thought was Nono Kurisu. The girl I'd always thought of as my stepsister. But she was really...
ねえタクル
Hey, Takaru,
どうか
what's
した
wrong? Are you not
もしか
feeling
して
well?
気分でも悪いの
Yes, but not in the way you're thinking. My ears started to ring as she spoke. Lumps of emotion collided and fought within me.
どうしたの
You can't do it in front of the kids, though. What's wrong? Are you sick?
お布団
Shall I lay out a futon?
いや
No. Why don't you two go play outside? Cool, he's at least not going to do it in front of the kids. Huh? Outside?
いいの
Can we?
ちょっとタクル
Wait, Takaru, what are you talking about? Serika was just here. We can't send them outside alone. It's dangerous.
アパートの近くなら
I'll
大
be
丈夫
fine as long as they're near the apartment. If anything happens, yell. Got it? Okay, got it. Big Sis Uki, let's go.
うん
Yeah.
あちょっと
Hey, wait! We've been so insistent that they stay inside that they were probably eager for any chance to get out. Yeah, you can only stay cooped up for so long. That's true. Like, he only knows her as her. So it's not like this changes anything about the person he knows, except now he knows she's been lying the whole time. And I think the lie is absolutely what's breaking him. Especially after she re-cemented the whole, we are family, we won't keep secrets. Like, they were gone before Nono could even finish her sentence.
ちょっとタク
Like, you're
ル
right, he's only ever known this person. From that point of view, nothing changes. Takaru, what are you...
お前に話があ
I
る
need to talk to you, Kurisu.
クレス
Kurisu's expression tensed when she heard what I called her. I had to say it. I had to ask. I had to know. If we were going to stay like this, if Kurisu was going to stay Kurisu, if we were going to be a family, it was best that I didn't ask. But
ついさっき
I just met with Shinjo.
新庄さん
With Shinjo? Why?
調べてもらったんだよ
I had him look into Senri Minamisawa's death. I thought she'd get angry or be surprised, but she listened to my words without changing her expression at all.
ここに
I have the results of the DNA test right here, for the body that we thought was Senri
南
Minamisawa.
沢千里だと
I tossed the brown envelope on the table, but Kurisu didn't move to pick it up. She just said 2 words.
そう
I see. That was all. Why did you do that? Why did you do that when you told me you believed... Yeah, told me you believed me? I was expecting her to say that, but she didn't. Instead, I was the one who spoke.
どうして
Why?
どうして言い訳
Why
し
aren't you
ないんだ
making
よ
excuses? Why aren't you denying it?
だって
Because you already had your answer, right?
だけど
But come on, deny it. Tell me I'm wrong. You're practically
違うって
admitting
言って
it.
くれよ
Even if she denied it, that wouldn't change a thing. Probably get mad that she was still lying, but even if I knew it didn't make sense, I still wanted her to say I was wrong. I wanted her to deny it. I still held out onto a sliver of hope. I wanted to cling to the slightest chance that she had something that would make me think the DNA test was wrong, but instead all she said was,
ごめん
I'm sorry. In other words, she admitted it. She admitted that she wasn't really Nono Kurisu. I took my anger out on the table in front of me.
だよ
What the hell?
何なんだよそ
What do you
れ
mean? What does that mean?
落ち着いてタク
Calm
ル
down, Takaru.
これが落ち着いてなんていられる
How
か
the hell am
よ
I supposed to calm down?
お願い話を
Please
聞いて
listen to me.
嘘だったんだな
It was all a lie, wasn't it? Right from the start, it was a lie when you said we were family. It was a lie when you said you cared about me.
タク
家族の間で隠し
No
事は
secrets
な
between
し
family? How could you say that when you were lying about your own goddamn
ル
name?
違うのタク
It's not true, Takaru.
違う
It's not. What's not true? Tell me.
ル私だって
I didn't mean to deceive you. I didn't mean to lie to you.
嘘をつくつもりなんてなかったでも
After enough years, that excuse doesn't hold water, but when I met you, I was already Nono Kurisu.
もう二度と
I never wanted to go
南
back to
沢
being
千里
Senri
には戻りたく
Minamisawa.
なかったあ
I didn't want you to hate me,
なた
so
たちに嫌わ
Kurisu
れ
was
たくな
forcing
か
the
っ
words
たから
out.
でも騙そう
But
と
I
したん
didn't
じ
try
ゃ
to
ない
deceive you. It hurt me the whole time. I wanted to tell you that I wasn't really Nono Kurisu.
でも
But if you knew, I thought I'd lose the life
今
I
の生
had.
活が明るくて
If
誰
you
か
knew
ら
I
も好か
wasn't
れる
Nono
クルス
Kurisu,
の
the
じゃなく
cheerful girl that everyone loved, but was
君の
gloomy,
悪い
creepy
南沢
Senri
専
Minamisawa
理だって分かっ
instead,
たら
I thought you'd hate me.
タクルに嫌われるそう思うと怖くて
When I thought about that, I was too scared to tell you the truth.
騙そうだなんてそんなこと
I didn't try to lie to you. No matter what, I want you to believe that.
信じて
You
ほ
want me
し
to
い
believe? Yes. That's the problem. Like, if he was thinking logically here and not overly emotionally, he'd step back and be like, this literally changes nothing, except she lied to me, but she was the only one left he could trust, so... Yeah... And she'd had multiple occasions to finally be like, okay, here it is. And she waited until other people forced her hand and told it instead of her. If he had heard it from her, I think he might have taken it better. Still would have sucked. He still wouldn't be taking it well. But I think if he had been like, hey, I know you're hiding something about Senri Minamisawa, and she'd been like, I'm sorry, it's been a long time coming, here, he might have taken it better than if he had to wait for the person he lost trust with in the first place to tell it. Yeah. No, she was never gonna. You want me to... And then, after Onoe was there, she was still like, believe in me, and he tried. Like, even if she had confessed then, maybe it would have gone over better, but like, even to that point, she was like, no, just believe in me. Those words shook me even more. You want me to believe? I'd lost the ability to control myself. I'd lost the ability to control what I was saying. You were the one who betrayed me. It's the same as with Mom and Dad. You lied to me the whole time. You said you'd never do that again. That was just another lie, wasn't it?
それは
That's...
家族の間で
You
隠し
said that
事
our
はしな
family
い
wouldn't keep any secrets, but you kept the most important secret you could. And now you want me to believe you?
信じられるわ
I
けない
can't
だろ
believe you. I can't believe anything you say now. Kurisu's eyes were overflowing with tears, but I couldn't stop myself from speaking.
なんだよ
What? Are you going to tell me a
信じ合
family's
うの
supposed
が
to
家
believe
族
in
と
each
でも
other?
言いたいのか
Then we're not a family anymore, are we? Never pretend you're part of my family again. He's going hard, but I get it. I let it all out. When I was done, there was nothing left but emptiness. But even after that, I still couldn't forgive her. Her tears, her words. They all seemed like lies, so...
ごめん
I'm sorry.
なさい
I watched as Kurisu turned and ran out of the room, but I didn't try to stop her. Kunosato was basically having her own personal soap opera next door. Damn it all! I smashed my fist into the table. Smashing my fist into the table wasn't going to change anything. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! I slammed my fist into it over and over again anyway. The hell is happening? Why is this all happening? Serika had betrayed me. Kurisu had lied to me. Everything I thought I had was turning against me. It was laughing at me as it fled away. I didn't know what to believe anymore. Didn't have anything left to believe in. Serika said she'd committed all those murders for me. Kurisu had said she didn't want me to find out about her secrets.
なんだよ
Why?
それじゃ
So then it's all my fault, isn't it?
元を正せ
I wanted a case that would shake the whole world. Excuse me. I'd wanted a family. That's why all this had happened, right? So that's it?
悪いのは
It's all my fault.
僕だ
It was my fault for being here. It was me that was making everyone miserable. The victims of the return of the new generation madness. Yui, Dad, Ito, Serika, Kurisu. It's all my fault. Maybe I should just go away. Maybe I should just go disappear.
頼むよ
Please.
誰でもいい
Anyone, I don't care who.
僕を
Come kill me.
この世から僕
Just come kill me, please.
聞いてるんだ
You're
よ
listening, right, Onoe? That's my wish, so... I could hear someone open the door and run into the room. Was it Serica here to grant my wish?
タクル兄ちゃ
Big
ん
brother Takaru?
今ノノ
Nono
さん
just...
ノノ姉ちゃんと
Did something happen with Big Sis Nono?
タクルさん
The two of them were looking at me concerned, but I didn't have the energy to answer them. Kurusu didn't come back to the apartment that night. November 22nd, 2015, Sunday. What was I doing? The rain had started to fall, and the next thing I knew I'd come here. Changed out of my wet clothes and into the old uniform I kept in the back of the dresser, and then looked around the room once more. Wow, so it was really important you kicked them out, but then you did nothing with the place for weeks? They'd closed the place down, but they hadn't changed the locks or put a chain on the door. The spare key was in its usual place. They should have just let us stay here for a while more than... Right? They really should have. If they weren't immediately going to turn it around into something else, they really should have just let them stay. It's a dick move. Really dick move. The head, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Oh, sure, okay, yeah, blame that, no. I desperately tried to drive the thoughts from my mind once more. Anyway, thanks to the key, I'd made it inside easily. I knew it was wrong, but I'd come here anyway. I had too many memories here. I needed to come here to say goodbye to my past. All the furniture was still here too. It was much the same as when we lived here. But since there was no one to clean it, dust had built up on the shelves, tables, and floors. I softly ran my hand along the desk, and a streak of brown appeared under a thin layer of white. Who would have thought it would get so dusty if no one was here for such a short time? The day we left, it had felt like we were never coming back, and I'd been terribly sad.
ただいま
I'm home, I whispered softly. Of course, no one answered. The place was empty, but still, this is where everything I had was kept. Everything I had is Nono Kurusu. I hated myself, the person named Senri Minamisawa. I'd always been alone, ever since I was a kid. At recess time and daycare, everyone would go out to the playground and play on the swings and slide, but I liked to stay indoors and read books. No, I don't think I actually liked it. I just pretended I did so I wouldn't have to interact with other people. Even at a young age, I already thought that any interaction with others meant pain and sorrow. That didn't change in elementary school. Instead of changing, my introverted personality got worse. Now, after having lived as Nono Kurusu for years, I knew, if you try to stay in your shell, everyone will ignore you. But you don't have to do that. There's so many fun things around you. There's so many friends you can enjoy them with. I was always alone. It didn't mean I was bullied. For as long as I can remember, I'd always been worried about what other people thought of me. I was good at avoiding becoming a target. I tried my best not to stand out. Tried my best not to make anyone mad. That was my life. But I still hated myself. I hated the girl named Senri Minamisawa. One day, I talked to my mom about it.
お母さん
Mom, I want to be friends with everybody.
友達がたく
I
さ
want
ん
to have a personality where I can make lots of friends.
そんな
Thinking back, that was my first mistake. That was when my own personal hell began. Mom took me to a lab. She told me if I went there, they'd fix my shy personality. Ugh. Yeah, her parents weren't great either, to be fair, if they were straight up just part of a cult that sends her in for experiments. It was a lab that was related somehow to the pharmaceutical company where my dad worked, and deeply related to that weird cult my mom believed in. At first it was just simple psychological tests. All the doctors there were nice. When the test finished, they gave me candy. I started to look forward to going there. I was a child. I was a fool. At first Dad was opposed to me going there, but after a while he almost never came home anymore. Mom said he was busy with work. And then the experiments began to get more serious. Yeah, they would force my eyes to stay open as they showed me all kinds of weird images. They made me listen to this weird, creepy static for hours. Hot things, cold things, sour things, spicy things. Nasty things, nasty things, and nasty things. Painful things, painful things, painful things, painful things, painful things. Painful things, painful things, painful things, painful things, painful things, painful things, painful things. Really shows what usually awakens a Gigalomaniac, I guess. Again and again and again. Man, they really got that doctor handwriting down to a T. Also, Seventh, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing tonight? Something a few days ago. Dry cough, nose runny. Born 97, 670. Birthday just happened. Blood type O, attending Dr. Norrisay. Okay. That is some real doctor handwriting. They put weird machines on my head. They gave me drugs. Gave me dozens of shots on my arms. When my left arm turned purple, they used the right. When the right arm turned purple, they'd use the left again. No matter how much I cried or screamed, no matter how much I said I didn't want to go, Mom told me it was my task in life to go there and be experimented on. Wow, garbage mother. What they were doing there was special. I was chosen, so I couldn't tell anyone else. That's what she said. Mom wouldn't listen no matter what I said. But Dad, maybe Dad would. I longed to meet my father. And then one day I saw him in the middle of an experiment. When I finally saw my father again, he was like a different person. Yeah. Nah, I mean, better, but like, barely. Not the way he looked, the way he felt. Before he'd been so opposed to me going to that facility, but now he said the experiments were for my own good. I was a small child with nothing left to believe in. The drugs ruined my skin. My hair would fall out sometimes, too. I lost the few friends I'd had. Then one day, the scientists were all very happy with the results of the experiment. Dad was happy, too. I didn't care. I just wanted to get away. Then the experiments got even worse. They gave me shots. My whole body hurt. Thought I might die. I fought back. They tied me to a chair. They put a weird device on my mouth. Couldn't even say it hurt anymore. And then I thought I saw someone looking at me from the door. Help me. If someone's looking, then please help me. But there was no one to hear my voice. No one came to save me. I fell into despair. Despair at the past. But she knew Serica wasn't there. Yeah, she would have seen firsthand. Yep. Despair at the present, despair at the future. There was no hope there, only pain and suffering. Living is just painful. I don't want to live anymore. I longed for death. And then it happened. She spoke to me for the first time. You okay? Huh? You're not looking good. Want to go to the nurse's office? What's wrong? No, I'm fine. Really? Yeah. Oh, I'm Nono Kurisu. What's your name? Senri Minamisawa. Senri, huh? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Kurisu. Call me Nono, everyone does. Nono? Even then everybody called her Nono. She was a single ray of light in my dark life. Nono was always cheerful and smiling. She was nice to everyone. There was always a circle of people around her. I couldn't bring myself to try and join that circle. I just had to sit there and watch. But whenever I did, Senri, you come here too, let's play. She would shout to me. I could see the people around her frown. Nono must have known too. Some of them would just walk away when I went to join the group. Wow, garbage kids. Just ignore those guys, they don't matter. We're friends, right? Friends? You and me? Huh? You don't think so? No, that's not it, but can I really be your friend? What? Of course you can. Of course I could. Those words made me so happy. They kept me going. They saved me. Nono was cute and popular with the boys. Kuwahara and the other boys would gather around her. They were all after Nono. I knew they didn't like me. Sometimes they'd say that the only reason I existed was to make her look better. Wow, even then he sucked. But I didn't care. I knew Nono didn't think that way. One day, Nono asked me a question. Senri, why do you always go home early? I had no idea what to say. By that time, they were doing the experiments on weekdays too. Jeez. I was going to a weird place where they did creepy experiments. Mom had told me not to tell anyone, but I told her she might think I was weird, but maybe I could tell her. It's just me and Mom at home, so on my days off, all I do are chores. Huh? I was surprised. Nono would always seem so happy. I didn't know she had any problems at all. Maybe it's the same for you? Oh, yeah. Maybe Nono felt sympathetic to me. When I thought about that, I couldn't tell her the truth, and it made me feel a little better to think that I wasn't the only one suffering. Then I started to hate myself. Nono was honestly worried about me. So how could I feel that way? But still, I was jealous of Nono. She was cheerful and pretty and smart, and everyone liked her. I looked up to her more with each passing day. Yeah, especially after that tirade he just went on. I started to think that I wanted to be Nono, but that was never going to happen. And the more I started to feel that way, the worse the experiments got. I never told anyone, but word started to get around that I was going to some weird lab. My skin dried and cracked, my hair fell out. Eventually I stopped being able to move my legs like I wanted to. Then came the day of November 6, 2009. I was undergoing another painful experiment that day. On my way back, I became very dizzy and collapsed. I thought it was a side effect of the drugs they'd just given me, but it wasn't. Everyone on the streets of Shibuya had fallen over and was crawling on the ground like me. The buildings collapsed, the trees on the side of the road fell over, cars and trucks lost control and collided. The whole city turned to hell in an instant. I didn't know what had happened. The experiments had caused my legs to shrivel up and I couldn't walk right. Someone in the fleeing crowd pushed me over and I had to drag my wounded body home. Jeez, I mean it's an emergency and people panic, but still jeez. Mom was dead. And it happened so fast. She had that same self-satisfied smile on her face that she always had. This is for your sake. This is a sign of your faith. Those were the words she'd always said when she made me suffer. Wow! Now she was gone from the world, without suffering at all. I felt a feeling that I had never felt before. It wasn't sorrow or loss. A while later, someone came from the facility to tell me that Dad had died as well. He'd been unlucky enough to be in Shibuya for a meeting during the earthquake. Still didn't feel sad. At the same time, the people from the facility told me to evacuate to the hospital. They'd been showing me these strange pictures and seen some kind of symptoms develop, they'd said. They didn't want to lose a valuable guinea pig, even with all that was going on. I could tell what they were thinking. Mom was dead, Dad was dead. Did I still have to undergo more experiments? Did I still have to suffer? There was nothing left to tie me down anymore. I smacked away the big hand that stretched out for me and ran. I kept running, not even knowing where I was going. I still don't know how I ran on those legs, but somehow I found the strength. I didn't want to go back to that lab. Ever. That was enough to keep me going. And after I turned down many corners and scrambled over a bunch of rubble, I found her. No. Even buried in the rubble, she was beautiful. Cable's tangling. No, are you okay? I'll save you. I couldn't just let her die. Nono was my best friend, and more than anything, she was the person I wanted to be. If she died here, I'd have nothing left to live for. I desperately tried to move the rubble off her and save her. But I was too weak. That's right, there was nothing I could do. I don't want to abandon her. There was nothing I could do. It hurts, Senri. As more time passed, blood started to trickle out through the rubble, and her voice began to get smaller. Mom, where's Mom? I looked around and saw a grown-up's feet poking out from under the rubble behind her. It seemed like a woman's feet. Your mom is just fine. The lying starts. I'm glad.
ののち
So
ゃん
you'll
の
be fine too, Nono. The lying continues.
千里ちゃん
Nono grabbed my arm. Her hand was surprisingly cold. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
ののちゃんごめんね
I'm sorry, Mom.
私
I can't. Tears poured down her face as she slowly closed her eyes.
ののちゃん
The strength left her hand.
のの
No matter how much I cried, no matter how hard I hit her cheek, she didn't move. I cried. Nono's death meant the death of the person I looked up to. It meant the death of my hope. May as well have meant my own death.
ののちゃん
No, I wanted to be you. Even in death, she was pretty, but what about me? My hair was a mess, my face was covered with soot. I must have cut my face somewhere too.
どうせ死ぬなら
If someone was going to die, it should have been me.
ののちゃん
I should have died instead of Nono. Then I saw something strange.
私が死んでしまえばよかったんだ
Ah, we get the full version of it. Jeez. It's still very much a sword, even though it looks like just a claw. It was like the wings of a huge bird soaring through the skies, or the hands of a holy mother, coupled in prayer. Organic yet inorganic. I was so entranced by it that I didn't even realize that someone had come up to me. Did you see a little girl around here? She was about your age, looks kind of gloomy. It was one of the men who'd come to take me to the lab. When I didn't say anything, he sighed and walked off. It didn't make sense. Weren't they looking for me? Huh? Oh, it even changed the word bubble there. I gasped in surprise at something I saw in the corner of my eye. It's a piece of glass embedded in the wall of a collapsed building. Excuse me. I could see Nono reflected in the pieces, but Nono was right at my feet. The Nono in the glass was looking at me in surprise. I took a step closer, and so did the girl in the glass. I tilted my head, and so did Nono. No way.
嘘
I had turned into Nono. I looked around for something else that would show my reflection. I picked up Nono's phone off the ground and used it to take a picture of myself. I was Nono. I couldn't believe it, but it was real.
私が
I'm Nono.
ののちゃん
What had happened? Did it have something to do with that headache? Or that weird sword I'd seen? Maybe it was because of those awful experiments. But it didn't matter.
このまま
I can stay Nono.
ののちゃんになれば
If I could become Nono, I wouldn't have to do any more experiments. I'd be free of the chains of pain, sorrow, and loneliness that bound Senri Minamisawa. I could spread my wings as Nono Kurisu and fly off into a beautiful blue sky. Flames were already spreading from the collapsed building. Nono, I'm sorry.
ののちゃん
I apologized again and again as I dragged Nono's body out of the rubble and put it in the fire. Whew. The smell of burning hair and flesh stung my nostrils, and it was only then that I realized what I was doing. I quickly tried to grab her body and pull her out, but it was too late. Soon her body had turned to black ash, and I passed out. When I woke up at the hospital, a new life as Nono Kurisu awaited me. All my classmates, including Kawahara, came to visit me. They were nicer to me than they'd ever been to Senri Minamisawa. Fortunately, nobody questioned if I was really Nono Kurisu. Nono had been buried as Senri Minamisawa, based on what I told the police. Even in that unprecedented disaster, I still thought they might get more suspicious. I was astonished at how easy it was. For a while afterwards, I felt guilty at how worried everyone was about me. I was terrified they'd find out. My personality in particular wasn't something I could quickly change. Sure, a lot of things I said struck people as wrong, but time was on my side. Everyone simply decided that I was traumatized at the loss of my mother and friend. It was actually even nicer to me. And at some point, I got used to pretending to be Nono Kurisu. I mastered the role and stopped feeling guilty. Soon, I really was Nono Kurisu. That was about the first time I saw the boy in the coma named Takeru Miyashiro. After that, I was taken in by Aoba Dorm, and then Yui and Yuto came. Takeru came, still in his coma. I took care of him every day. I nursed him. We fought. Soon we opened up to each other. And we became a family. Takeru left the dorm. We became a family again. Stopped being a family, and in the end I stopped being Nono Kurisu. I was back to being Senri Minamisawa, the girl who lied to her family for years. But
じゃあ
then what was I supposed to
私
do?
はどうすればよかっ
Was
た
I
の？
supposed to go back to that lab as Senri Minamisawa? Be experimented on as a gigalomaniac? Spend my days suffering in that damp building? Without anyone ever loving me? And die as a guinea pig with no happy memories, no warmth at all? Is that what I was supposed to do?
だったら私は
Then why was I
何の
born?
ために生まれてきたの？
I wanted to live. I wanted to be happy. That was all.
私だって
I knew it too.
分か
I
ってた
knew that
よ。
it was all a lie. All the smiles, all the kindness, all the friendship. It was all for Nono. It wasn't for me. It wasn't for Senri Minamisawa. Takuru's voice echoed in my mind. It was all a lie, wasn't it? Right from the start. It was a lie when you said we were a family. It was a lie when you said you cared about me. I can't believe you. I can't believe anything you say now. If you knew the real me, if you knew Senri Minamisawa, would he accept me?
ねえタクル、
Tell me, Takeru, what am I supposed to
こ
do?
れから
What am I supposed to do
ど
now?
うすればいいのか
What
な？
could I do now? What was important to me?
私は
I... Took a bite out of a simple meal of margarine and toast. There was nothing else. There wasn't the usual meal of crisp lettuce or juicy tomatoes or tasty hot dogs or eggs cooked just the way we like them. Just plain toast and milk. Yuto was ignoring the toast and watching me carefully. He timidly opened his mouth.
ねえ
Hey, Big
タ
Brother
クル兄
Takeru.
ちゃん、
Knew exactly what he was going to say before he said it.
のの姉ちゃん
Where did Big Sis
どこ
Nono
行
go?
っちゃったの？
She asked me that many times over the last day.
だから
I told you, she went to stay with a friend.
嘘だよ。
You're lying. Yuto cut me off before I could finish.
そんなの。
That's a lie.
嘘だ
Nono
よ。
wouldn't go over to a friend's house without saying anything to us.
ゆうとくん。
I mean, it kinda is. I didn't expect them to believe it either. But I wasn't sure if I could tell them the truth. Even if I did, they wouldn't believe it. How could I expect them to believe that she was actually a girl named Senri Minamisawa who'd taken Nono Kurisu's place using something called gigalomaniac powers? It was much better not to tell them the truth. But now you're lying to your family. It's better not to tell them. That's right, there was nothing I could do. If the truth wasn't going to make anyone happy, it was... Now he's falling down the same path she was. If the truth wasn't going to make anyone happy, it was better not to tell them. No secrets. That was just a means to an end. I'd known that. But I still couldn't accept it. As a family, we had nothing strong to bind us together. We were just a group of people living under the same roof. That promise had been a symbol of what bound as a family. That was all. That's why I didn't want to accept it. I didn't want to accept that she'd lied to me.
ね
Hey, Big Brother Takeru, why are you lying?
え、どうして
That's right, I was lying to Yuto and Yamazoe. Did I have the right to criticize Nono? To criticize Senri Minamisawa? Did I have the right to live as a family?
タクル兄ちゃんってば。
Big Brother Takeru,
うるさいな
shut up. Huh? I said she
許
went
す
to a
わ
friend's
友
house.
達のところに泊まりに行ったって言って
I
るだ
stood
ろ
up and headed for the door.
タクルさん、どこ
Takeru, where are you going?
タクル兄ちゃん。
Big Brother Takeru. I shut the front door as if to block off his cries. Ooh, outside it looked as if it was about to rain. Of course, I hadn't brought an umbrella, and even if I did, I wouldn't feel like using it. What was Kurisu doing? Was she keeping out of the rain? I laughed a little. She was always the one who told me to take an umbrella when I went out. Didn't think I went there because I thought Kurisu was there, but maybe, just maybe a part of me did. I was the one who told her that we weren't a family, but maybe I'd come here anyway. Guess I was seeking some small piece of what we had before. Kurisu wasn't here, but there were still signs of her warmth. Her room hadn't changed a bit since the first time I'd come to the dorm. There were just a few more things in it. Kurisu never spent any money on herself. Of course, part of the reason that was that we didn't have any money, but even when we did, she would use it on me, Yui, Yuto, or Dad. Lately I told her to get herself some nice jewelry or something, and she said she didn't need it. I'm Nono Kurisu. Call me Nono. Nice to meet you, Takeru. What's wrong? Where's your answer? Don't act like we're friends. Huh? We just met. Only idiots call each other by their first names after they just meet. Sheesh. Huh? You don't have any friends, do you? Oh. If you think that way, you'll never make any friends. Nobody asked you. I don't need friends. And also, I'm not acting like we're friends. I'm being friendly. From now on, we're family, so of course I'm going to be friendly, right? Taku had friends, yes. The Cool Cat Press. I don't even know if he knew it then. Probably? Maybe? I don't know. No, because he got those from Gen. So he didn't even know about it at that point. Why are you just staring at me? If you're going to stare, you can help. Or are you having fun watching me try to get dressed and fail? But it's hilarious watching how I can't even pick up the shirt I dropped off the ground. He had Serica, yeah. Damn it. I used to be able to do this before the earthquake. So why can't I do it? Why? Are you done? I want to help you, but remember what Dad said. You need to start by learning how to do your daily activities on your own. It may hurt now, but everything you do now will help you in the future, so let's try it again, okay? But don't worry, I'll be with you the whole time. Yeah. You did it! You did it, Takeru! You can use chopsticks now! Ah, I get it. I get it! Get off me! I almost choked! Oh, sorry, I was just so happy. I'm just eating a meal on my own. It's not that big of a deal, no. No, it's a big deal. I know how hard you worked at your physical therapy to get to this point. Congratulations, Takeru. You worked hard. Come on, line up. Oh, the photo. Is this about right? Yeah, Yuto, get a little closer to the inside. You go on the open space, Dad. Okay, let's do this then. Oh, wait. What is it, Takeru? Can I take a photo with my phone too? Just one? Sure, hurry up. If you hit this button, it starts the timer. Where? Are you done yet? I'm gonna be late to meet my friend. This guy's voice, yeah. Oh, it's fine. I'll do it myself. You get back over there, Dad. Oh, okay. He took over for you. Jeez, these new machines. I just can't handle them. Cameras. How do they even work? Alright, here we go. Now the red light started flashing. Takeru, hurry! I know. Come on, everyone, smile. We really were a family. We may not have been related by blood, but as long as we were here, no matter what anyone said, we were a family. Listen, we don't keep secrets. We may not be related by blood, but we're more of a family than any real family. She used to say that all the time. What had she been thinking when she said those words? Then I saw what looked like a tiny piece of paper under the bed. I reached my hand under and picked it out. It was a picture. There were two girls and a boy. The boy was Kawahara. Excuse me. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Well, I mean, at that rate, it's just a backpack. Anybody can put on a backpack. But I'd also say anybody could probably take a picture with a camera. But Nono Kurisu was in the middle, smiling. And off to the side was another girl. Her face was scribbled out. It was the girl we'd seen in the lab. It was the girl who'd begged for us for help. If every day was like that for her... I couldn't bear to stay in Kurisu's room anymore, so I left. Huh? I went outside, but stopped when I heard someone below the stairs. I thought it might be Kurisu, but it wasn't. Oh, jeez. Kawahara saw me. His face tensed up as he approached. Kawahara, what are you... He suddenly grabbed me by the collar and slammed me into the wall. What are you... What's going on? What do you mean? Don't try and lie to me. I'm asking why Kurisu disappeared. How did you... I went to your house. That doesn't matter. Where did Kurisu go? He'd probably gone to the apartment and gotten it out of Yuto and Yamazoe. I was worried that he might have scared Yuto, but he pulled tighter on my collar and I couldn't speak. Miyashiro, you remember what I said before, right? I said if anything happened to Kurisu, you'd regret it. Don't tell me you forgot. He had said that, but this has nothing to do with you, Kawahara. What? This is a family problem. It has nothing to do with you. His fist hit my face several times before I could finish my sentence. Shut the hell up! I was terrified when I saw how bloodshot his eyes were. Family? It's got nothing to do with me. If you ask me, it's got nothing to do with you. This time he kicked me and I fell backwards into a puddle of water. Another sharp kick landed as I tried to stagger back to my feet. It hit me in the solar plexus and knocked all the air out of my lungs. I spent so much more time with Kurisu than you did, and then you came along and tried to take her. Family? With a guy like you? Don't make me laugh. Kurisu just said you were her little brother because she took pity on you. You took it seriously? How come it's not my problem? His fist cut through the air and smashed into my cheek. I smelled something strange in the back of my nose as the flesh from my cheek dug into my face. Damn it. Didn't care if he was hitting me. No. I was the cause of the return of New Generation madness, and I'd hurt Kurisu, Minamisawa, in a fit of rage. Maybe I deserved it. But it pissed me off that I couldn't fight back. What's so funny? Nothing, just what? Say it, say it. You know, if you want him to say it, continuing to pummel him is not the, just like I thought. The slightest provocation set him off. It's just a sign of his stupidity. What's wrong? If you're not gonna say it, I'll hit you again. Fine, if you really want to know, I'll tell you. Each time I spoke, I tasted something metallic in my mouth, but I kept speaking anyway. Kurisu doesn't give a damn about you. What? No, I think she actually hates you. What do you mean? Did she tell you that? No, but I can... What the hell? Don't lie when you don't even have any proof. Is that your way of getting back at me? My chest, my sides, my back. I've got proof. Huh? Then tell me. It must have bothered him, because once I started to talk, he stopped hitting me. He was a small man. You hated Senri Minamisawa. Minamisawa, right? Minamisawa? Of course. Anybody would hate that creepy girl. Who cares? She knew all about how you hated her. Do you think she'd trust someone like that? You're the one who she was only friends with out of pity. Who she was only friends with out of pity. You bastard. Pity, don't you dare lie to me. At this point, I was basically a punching bag. Felt like burning irons were being pressed all over my body. My sense of balance was thrown off and the pain kept me from thinking. Everything stopped seeming real. I started losing the ability to think clearly. Maybe it would be better if I just... Kawahara spat in my cheek, but the rain washed it away. What? Are you done already? I forced myself to stand through the pain. You're still... What's wrong? I'm still alive. Why not just kill me? What? Come on, you hate me, right? I piss you off, right? Then just kill me. Come on, I won't fight back. That's right, this was all my fault. What happened with Sarika? What happened with the murders? Kill me. Kill me, come on, just kill me, damn it. What happened with Kurisu? So? Kill me, please. What the hell? You're crazy! Says the guy who just wailed on him for like 10 minutes for no reason. A strange, nervous smile formed on his face as I approached him, and then he turned around and fled into the pouring rain. After I couldn't see him anymore, I fell to my knees on the ground. I spit up a hunk of blood, and then let the rain fall down on me from the dull gray sky. Why? Why didn't he kill me? I never should have been alive at all. And this never would have happened. Yui and Dad would still be alive. Sarika wouldn't have hurt anyone, and she would have been able to start a new life as Nono Kurisu. If it weren't for me... Alright, if that's your wish, I will grant it. Felt something freezing cold and sharp at my neck. I didn't have to turn around to see who it was. Onoe? Onoe was behind me, smiling happily as she put the blade up to my neck. You finally said what you really wanted, huh? Onoe, how long have you been there? The whole time. I'm always with you. I always have been. Ever since we were kids, right? I'm always with you. I'm always with you, and I always know what you want me to do. That's the only reason I was born. So that was it. I finally understood who Sarika Onoe really was. She was truly a part of me. Onoe, Don't worry, you don't have to say a thing. I know. Slowly, the blade moved just an inch. I could feel a warm drop of liquid running down my neck. Okay, here I go. Yeah. This is for the best. This is... I slowly closed my eyes. Goodbye, Taku. The air shook a little, and there was the sound of something cutting through it. Without even feeling pain, cold drops of rain were hitting my neck. You! I opened my eyes and saw. Oh, so she could undo it. Okay. I mean, I guess it makes sense it wouldn't be permanent if she had the ability to change into other people, but still. Senri Minamisawa? No, it was... No. No, Kurisu, no. Senri Minamisawa. Why do you look like that? I'm done lying. This is who I really am. This is Senri Minamisawa. Even if I lose everything now, I don't want to lie. I don't want to hide anything from you, from my family. Glad she found her determination. Would have been really nice if she found it way earlier. So even if it makes you hate me, I've decided to be who I really am. Nono stood in front of me with the D-sword in her hand. Older Senri, so about Sarika. Oh, okay. Senri Minamisawa, what do you want? It's too late. You know, without me even saying it, right? I'm here to save Takaru from you. Huh. In that ugly form?
そうよ
That's right. This is who I really am.
偽らざるそう
I see. That's funny,
面
but
白い
even the spoilers couldn't spoil it for you. That's how deep the game goes. That even the spoiler was like, you don't even know. You don't even know it's been spoiled for you. Don't get in my way. Your role in the game is finished. Nono flinched back in fear as the blade sliced through the raindrops. Her expression twisted in pain. No, you... It was only then that I saw the blood and the cut on her shoulder. You're still calling me that, huh? Forget that. Your shoulder.
さっきちょっとか
I
す
guess I got scratched a little, but it's nothing.
何が
What? I told you to stay out of this, you fake.
私はもう
I'm not the fake
クルスノ
Nono
の
Kursu
偽物
anymore.
なんかじゃない
I'm Senri Minamisawa, the real Senri Minamisawa.
本物の南
It was
沢
a type
千里
of
よ
resolve? You could call it determination. The determination to abandon the life she lived for years and be reborn anew. Doesn't matter who you are. All I have to do is grant Takaru Miyashiro's wish, and you're in the way.
タクルの
Takaru's wish?
そうだ
That's right. He wanted to disappear. He wanted me to make him disappear, so I'm going to grant his wish.
なぜならそれが
Because
私
that's why I exist.
だからそこ
So
だけ
move. No, you can't. I won't let you. Long hair Serica. Yeah, I mean, I could see the resemblance for sure. Serica's sword was designed to attack, but Nono's D-sword was heavy, and as hurt as she was, it seemed hard for her to use. Nono wasn't Nono anymore anyway. She was Senri Minamisawa. She was feeling the pain from all the terrible experiments she'd suffered over the years. Serica's attack slowly started to push Nono back.
邪魔をするな
Don't get in my way.
タクルは私の弟
Takaru's my little brother.
あ
I
な
won't
た
let
に
you
殺
kill
させ
him.
なんかしない
No.
そんなの
That doesn't...
お前こそ
You're the one who destroyed your family.
元凶だろうがそれでも
But still, I...
私はどけ
Go away. The blade shook her like thunder. A swirl of wind appeared around Serica's feet.
どけって言って
I said go away. The fierce blow knocked Nono to her knees. Her tiny, thin neck was defenseless and exposed.
死ぬよ
Die, you. A cold voice and a white flash. I pointed the weapon I'd pulled from the Sea of Chaos, feeling its heft in my hand.
タク
Naku, why?
死にたいって言っ
You're
た
the
の
one
は
who said you wanted to die. Yeah, I did.
言った
But that was like 2 minutes ago, and times changed. So why are you protecting her? She lied to you. Yeah,
そうだ
you're right.
だったら
Then,
でも
but... Maybe it wouldn't be that easy to forgive her for lying to me. But everything she'd done for us, she'd done as a part of our family, not as Nono Kurisu or Senri Minamisawa. She'd given us her love, and it was real love. It probably didn't matter what her name was, or where she was born, or what she looked like. What I really wanted, it was to once more...
そう
I see. So that's your wish,
そ
Takaru
れが宮
Mishiro.
代タクルの望み
Then...
だったら
Serica looked up and smiled, then readied her weapon.
その望みごと葬ってやる
Yeah. No, Taku 1 will never be a fraction as good as Taku 2 was in Chapter 1. I'll bury that wish, and you... I thought your whole point was to... She is... delightfully inconsistent in terms of trying to figure her out. The D-sword became a hurricane of light as she attacked me. I'm fine. It was one thing to say it, but I was still feeling the pain from when Kawahara had hit me, and 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 just knocking back Serika's attacks was enough to make my body scream. What's wrong? All that talk and that's all you've got? So her motive is kind of Yandere now, so slowly wanted to fulfill his wish? I guess so, yeah. It's weird. It's not weird to me that she'd kill him if he wished for it. It's weird for me that he doesn't want it now and she's still trying to kill him and stop it. But yeah. Shining beams collided, scattering rainbows everywhere. Sword and sword collided like two magnets drawn to each other. I'm not done yet. My lungs hurt like they were on fire. Serika found a hole in my defenses and attacked. Her D-sword knocked mine upwards and threw me off balance. The glowing weapon that went straight for my exposed neck. I put my hands up to protect my throat. I guess the hands don't protect from that, yeah. Yeah, she might be, for sure. The inside of my left wrist was torn open. I felt the heat before I felt the pain. The warm rain fell down and spread the blood into a puddle at my feet. I bit down on my teeth hard to keep from passing out and tried to judge the distance between us again. What's wrong? You're just going to let me hurt you? Then the fierce blade struck again. I just barely managed to move out of the way in time. At this rate, she would kill me. Like Serika said, if I didn't attack her, this was only going to end one way. But the pain, exhaustion, rain, and sweat were already blurring my vision. My strength was at its limits. If I could just land one hit. What's wrong, Taku? Is this fun? This is fun, right? It's fun for me. I believe that. I blocked her attack with the blade of my sword and threw her off balance, just a little. The air of self-satisfaction vanished from her face and was replaced by fear. I didn't miss my chance. What I wanted was... It wasn't destruction, it was a future with Minamisawa. That's right. That was my choice. I put all my strength and all my wishes into a single swing of the blade. Serika raised her weapon right in front of me. A bluff? Was it a trap? No. If she countered now, there was no way I could... Huh? I saw her smile. Yeah, that's true. And then... she fell to the ground. I could still feel the sensation in my hands. Red blood spread silently on the asphalt. Oh no, why? Serika knew exactly what I was going to do. If she wanted to kill me, she could have. So why? Taku, was it fun? I told you, right? I just want to give you the world you want. That's all. I was born because you wished for me, but it's not me you want by your side now. Serika smiled at her faintly. Take care of Taku, okay? I'm sorry, Onoe. This is my fault. Taku, do one thing for me? Anything. End me. You're the only one who can. Just like she asked, I took the D-sword and pointed it at her body, but... What's wrong? No, I can't. I can't.
しょうがないな。
You're so hopeless, Taku. She smiled happily and grabbed the blade with a shaking hand, and then...
バイバイ。
Bye-bye, Taku. The D-sword went through her body without a sound.
おの
The girl I'd created, the girl who was always there for me, was surrounded by a cocoon of light, which vanished into thin air. She is very interesting. The veil of rain that had covered the sky had vanished, leaving behind a stench on the asphalt. I looked up at the sky and saw a rainbow in the heavens. I could hear the crunching sound of footsteps on gravel going further into the distance.
のの
見ないで。
Don't look at me! About to turn back, but stopped when I heard the rejection in her voice.
ごめんね、タク。
I'm sorry, Takeru. You'll never see me again. What?
でもね、
But I want you to believe one
これだ
thing.
けは信じ
I
てほ
lied
し
to
い。
you, but I always felt that all of you were a part of my
確かに
family.
お願いよ。
Please, will you believe me?
私はもう
I'm not Nono Kurisu anymore.
クルスものじゃない。
The footsteps started again. Nono was leaving. We would never see her again.
今までありがとう。
Thank you for everything. Goodbye.
さようなら。
Turned around and saw a small girl. She was facing away from me. It was the first time I'd seen her, but I'd seen her 1,000 times before.
のの
I ran after her and grabbed her hand and forced her to look at me.
いや、
No, stop!
どうして
Why?
だって。
I'm not Nono. I don't want you to see this ugly face. I held her close as she squirmed and tried to look away.
ごめん
I'm sorry, Also, hey Mitz, how's it going? Welcome to Depression. How'd the cruise go? You're back, correct? I saw a tweet from Zelf that he was back, so I'm just assuming. Well, Paul's going well. Ah yes, the badge layout is identical. You're basically the same person, clearly.
僕は間違っ
I was wrong. It didn't matter whether you were Senryu Minamisawa or Nono Kurisu. It didn't matter.
理科なんて関係なかった
Oh, it really is. It really is.
よかったんだ
Senryu looked up at me in surprise, and for the first time I could see her face. It was different than Nono's. Staying another week. You know. It didn't have her bright charm or her bold features, but
だって
you're part of our family. You're important to me. That hasn't changed. Tears fell from Senryu's eyes. Memories came flooding back to me.
そうだよ
That's right. These were the eyes that were always watching me.
動けない僕を
These are whose eyes were those eyes? The answer is here. We've had that question for several games. Here you go.
時には励まし
When I couldn't move and you took care of me. When my therapy hurt so much and you were there to scold me and encourage me.
僕のしてかすバカ
When I did something stupid and you got mad or you laughed or when you cried for me.
いつだってそばで見守
These
っ
were
て
the
くれ
eyes
て
that
い
were
たの
always watching over me. And these were the little hands that were always there for me.
全部
It was always you.
確かにお前は
Maybe you
嘘をついて
lied.
た
Maybe you weren't Nono Kurisu, but
僕を絶
it
望の
wasn't the
闇から
real
救って
Nono
くれた
Kurisu who saved me from the darkness. It was you, Senri Minamisawa. That was the truth.
何さ千里
Working on the ship.
お前だった
Just stow away, just, you know, grab a uniform from someone and just be like, hee hee hee, cruise forever. I will travel the world forever. So,
私を
you'll forgive me? I nodded silently.
許してくれるのクルスののじゃなく
Even
て。
if I'm not Nono Kurisu?
言っただろ
I told you, right? You're my savior. You're my family. Takaru. I held her tight, so that she would never go anywhere again, and I...
千里
Senri? I said her name. Her real name.
何
What?
おかえり
Welcome home. You're gonna have to explain a lot to Yui and Yuto. A whole lot. I think they'll just be happy to have her back, but boy is there gonna be some explaining to do. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, the kids are gonna... Whew. Humans are temporal beings. I think it was a philosopher named Heidegger who said that. A German philosopher born in 1989 and died in 1976. A critic of metaphysics who used phenomenology? That's a word. To support his theory of ontology. He defined time as past, present, and future, which are three equal, continuous, and infinite things. His theory says that the present is the principal axis upon which the past and future are decided, and time is created. Okay. Body and name are different. Yeah. Time moves from the past to the future, and time is what rolls over human lives. In that process, the past is lost and new things are born. The return of the new generation madness gradually began to fade from people's memories. The girl named Serika Onoe, who was a person of interest in the case, vanished, and without any firm evidence, it was impossible to know if she ever existed at all. The case came to an end without a satisfactory answer, and then the four of us still lived in that cheap apartment. Sorry, weather's been weird lately. It's messing with my nose. I like the weather we have, but yeah. Yeah, you were missed as well, but I also hope you had a good heckin' time. It's good to have you back, but like, I hope the cruise was good. Literally in the past 48 hours, we went from like high 70s to basically 90 to 59 to like low 70s. It's just, despite getting a sore throat, that sucks, but I feel like that just happens on vacations. I expect to get sick when I go to the con. It's just how it goes. Alaska's second summer? Okay. Here, Yuto. If you don't hurry, you'll be late. Wait a second, I'll get ready once the program's over. All you ever do is watch TV. Uki's already ready to go. But 90% rain there, apparently. Okay. Goodbye. Huh? Wait, I'll go too. Bye. Bye. Mornings were always busy like this. Sheesh, you're too loud. Pounding on the wall was another thing we'd gotten used to. She's going to be mad again later. On the ship, everything's wavy. Oh, I imagine that takes some getting used to, and then getting back on land takes some getting used to. Oh, fine. I'll bake some cookies and take them to her this evening. Thanks. The fact that she can hear that means she's like, hell yeah, cookies! Yep, send me in an apron. What's up? I never thought this day would come. Nono Kurusu becoming Senri Minamisawa had created no end of problems. Of course, Yuto and Yamazoe weren't sure how to handle it all. Yeah. This is one of the times music's playing and I don't feel uneasy about it. Oh, it's usually a delusion? Okay. Her name and appearance were totally different. I knew it would be impossible for them to think of her as the same person. But inside she was the same. She'd gone back to looking like Senri Minamisawa, sure. But she was still Nono Kurusu, the cheerful, helpful girl who kept the household running and had the same pout. After a few days of living with her, both of them got used to the idea that Senri Minamisawa was their sister. Of course, they were family. We couldn't exactly tell everyone else that Nono Kurusu was actually another girl all along. So it ended up that Kurusu went to live with some very distant relatives, just as a new transfer student named Senri Minamisawa came to the school. Oh man, just imagine Kawahara seeing her and being like, no, no. It's hard for her to rebuild her relationships with her old pals from the ground up, but she pulled it off. I hope it just breaks him that Nono's gone and only the girl he hated is still here. Of course, a few of them. Oh, ciao, Monsieur Kurusu. No, Arimura. Whoops, that's wrong. Minamisawa. Sheesh, when are you going to stop doing that? It's not that easy though, you know? Right, Hana? I bet you Hana never screws it up. Betcha. We told the people who knew about the case the real story.
つうかさ、
You know,
3
you're
年
in
なん
the
だ
last
し、
year of school.
今更無理し
Do
て
you really have to
学
go
校
at
来
all?
ても
Hey,
よかったんじゃねえ
Ito's
か。
up and about.
僕
He's
も
back at
そう
school.
言
I
った
said
ん
the
だけ
same
ど
thing, but
あのまま
it would be sad to just lose touch with everyone.
そんなもんかね。
Maybe, I guess. I never would have taken a risk like that just to see the people in my class, but maybe that was just a sign of how she changed.
で、今日の部活
I
は
mean, it's been like a month since they went to visit him, so I guess he really did just get better. So, what's our club activity for the day?
悪い。
Sorry,
今日は
we've
ちょっと
got somewhere to go
行くところがあ
today.
って
行くところ
Somewhere to go?
ええ
Yeah.
何何
What? The two of you are going somewhere together? Are you up to something
もしかして無夫婦な感じ
naughty? No, it's nothing like that.
わかってますよ
I know that. I mean, even if you were, the two of you live in the same apartment, so it feels like it's a little late for that. I like how blindingly in the light she is right now.
たく。
Come on.
それよりタクル
Anyway, Takaru, let's go.
ああ、そうだね。
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we already got traumatized by her, so it could happen. We said goodbye to everyone and left. He actually did get stabbed there, and this is all just his dying thoughts. The song. The sky was the same color as it had been after the rain stopped on that day. We headed for...
ののちゃん
It was a grave far away from Shibuya in the suburbs. The body that had been originally buried as Senri Minamisawa has now been quietly interned in the Kurisu family grave as Nono Kurisu. Nono Kurisu. She was a girl I knew well, but one I'd never actually met. Senri put her hands together in a silent prayer as she faced the cold grave. There was so much she hadn't been able to say, so much that she wanted to say. Nono Kurisu and Senri Minamisawa were finally talking to each other as different people now. The sin of using her, sin of burying her, sin of lying. The guilt from those sins would never go away, but still...
ごめんね
I'm sorry, Nono.
これからたくさん
There may be a lot of sad and painful things ahead of me,
それでも
but
私は
I'm not going to run. I'm going to face them as Senri
そ
Minamisawa.
れが私にできる
I think that's the one thing I can do for you.
あなたへの手向
The
けだと
smoke from the incense rose towards the sky, blown about by the wind. And in the wind...
頑張って
I know you can do it, Senri. Thought I heard a voice. Everything that had happened so far was a mix of plots, misunderstandings, missed communications, and successful efforts. So whenever I wanted to cry at what I'd become...
タクル
Excuse me.
これからも私のこと
Will you keep watching over me from now on? Yeah. I'd take the hand of the girl next to me, feel her warmth, and walk with her together, just like she'd done for me, for the sake of tomorrow and for the future. Okay.
ねえタク楽しかった
Okay. Real sky end. A hidden story has been unlocked. Okay, so heads or tails? Oh wait, that's the real sky end. What was the okay then? Oh, well, I'll check that in a second. What was okay? I just assumed that was the one for finishing it, but it wasn't. Discovered the true route. Okay. Let's not enter another game this time. Let's go to the right game. Alright, true. Okay, so it is very, very obvious how to do this then, isn't it? They were correct. Well, we starting down this path. Chaos Child. Alright. That was a happy end as far as they go. Sometimes I have these dreams. Sometimes I have them on the night after I get a bad test grade. Or when I have a fight with a friend. And anytime I'm not feeling well when I sleep, I have these dreams. And I only remember the dreams when I'm asleep. When I wake up, I don't remember anything about them. It's been a long time coming. The dreams are strange that way. In the dreams, I'm a murderer. The first people I killed were the parents of my childhood friend. Yeah, it's definitely the Ono era out then. I killed them because he wanted me to do it. In his heart, he was happy. So I was too. But the murders didn't stop there. I kept killing people in secret after that. Why, you ask? Because I needed to continue the game that the boy longed for in his heart. I'd leave hints and small contradictions at the murder scene so that he could slowly track down who I was. The boy loved the game, and when I saw how happy it made me happy too. In the dreams, there was a man helping me with the murders. It was the doctor who ran the dorm where he stayed. I didn't like the doctor. He wasn't normal. Every time he appeared in my dreams, he'd suggest a cruel, horrible way of killing someone. But he would laugh and smile and always say the same thing. Your boy wouldn't enjoy anything less. Very well then, if that's what it would take for the boy to enjoy it, that's what I would have to do. The man and I killed many people in the dreams, in the worst ways imaginable. In my dreams, I was psychic, and I knew exactly what the man was trying to do to the boy. He was planning something awful. But I knew the boy wouldn't lose to the man. The boy I loved was very, very strong. He was my hero. Oh, come to think of it, there was another man in my dreams sometimes. He was a man I knew well. Normally he was a lazy, easygoing man, the kind you could never imagine doing something wrong. The committee is willing to let this play out, provided you don't interfere with us. We're interested to see what happens to him. He was part of some organization called the Committee, kind of thing you'd see on a TV show about urban legends. He said he was watching me and the boy at all times. Even for a dream, that seemed like a little too much, I said, and almost laughed. By the way, how are you getting along with your everyday life? You wouldn't want to slip up and have someone find out who you are, right? After he told me that, I realized something. In the dreams, for some reason, I didn't have a home. He found me in the home of a girl who lived by herself. I killed her and had my place to live. And each time he appeared in my dreams, he would tell me about the strangest things. D-swords, Gigalomaniacs, the truth about the New Generation madness, the murders that had occurred in Shibuya before the earthquake, the artificial Gigalomaniac generator device, and Chaos Child Syndrome, and the sumo stickers. The other me, who was watching me in the dreams, would always look down in confusion. Why was I having these dreams? Sure, whenever there was a program on TV about urban legends, I'd watch it, but it was just a small hobby of mine. It wasn't something that should be showing up in my dreams. One day, he was scolding me like I was at school. Sending him into the hospital basement was going a little too far, you know? Now I had to move all the things that we were keeping down there. I don't like trouble, you know? Some kind of lab filled with all kinds of machines. I was surprised to find something like this in the basement of a place I knew so well. Oh, no, that's not right. This was a dream. Impossible things happened all the times in dreams. Sorry, as a middle manager type, I have to tell you these things. Anyway, just keep him on a tighter leash, alright? If you do, I won't do anything. You just need to be a little more careful, okay? These strange dreams kept happening, but when I woke up I didn't remember anything. Just when I was thinking of going to a doctor about all this, I had that dream. It was the most realistic dream I'd ever had. November 4th. It was so realistic I even knew the date. I was in a panic. She had found my secret. You were the one who was using Senri Minamisawa, weren't you? I don't want to hear that from you, no Kurisu. I'd screwed up and let her find out who I was. How could I have known she'd find me out because of a cell phone strap he'd given me as a present? I quickly ripped off the strap and threw it away. It made me sad, but I didn't have a choice. I hadn't intended to kill her. Her death would be too much of a shock for him. He might quit playing my game. I'd have to kill her without him finding out, and then come up with something. I drew my D-sword and tried to kill her. Then I saw something in my dream. He and she might have a future like this. I was distracted and missed her vitals. I swung the sword again, but then...
クルスおのえ
Oh, so it's definitely part of the path where he comes up here. It's him. He knew now. I couldn't talk my way out of this. No. Run! Run? That was what she said just before she collapsed. Of course, she was talking to him. But I was the one who ran instead. I think that's where it all started. Where me and the dream started to go wrong. And then the dream ended. Stop it, Taku. He was holding his D-sword high and looking down at me, and I was begging him not to do something. Don't take my reason for living from me. I've read lots of minds since I was created. Everyone's always worried, and no one ever knows what to do. I can't believe they live like that. How can they smile? They don't know why they're doing it. I don't want to be normal. For the first time in my life, I cried for real.
ダメだ。
No, you're going to be a normal girl. No, please. Please, let me help you forever. This is it. Goodbye. Until the last second, I was gazing at the face of the boy I loved. I would never forget it. February 11th, 2016, Thursday. I woke up feeling something on my cheek. I put my hand up to it and felt tears. What dream was I having that made me so sad? Or were they tears of joy? I wasn't even sure. But wherever I had the dream, whenever, I would cry. They made my eyes all puffy and red. Maybe that's just how my body works? Or maybe I needed to have a doctor look at me after all. But I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't even remember what the dreams were about. I stretched out on the bed to try and feel better. The light coming through the curtains was bright. The weather outside seemed to be very good. Today was February 11th. It was National Foundation Day, and school was closed. I was supposed to go out and meet friends, so I had to get up and get ready fast. Aoi? Hello? Serika, where are you? Home? Huh? Huh? You haven't left yet? I moved the phone away from my ear and checked the time. It was 10 minutes before we were supposed to meet. The shopping mall we were supposed to meet was a 20-minute walk away. I realized that I didn't remember setting my alarm the night before, and I didn't have a bike. Excuse me. I'm sorry, I'll leave right now. No, it's fine. We can just meet at the station. Does that work? It's fine, but we're not going to the usual place? Ayaka suddenly got some free time, and she says she wants to go to Shibuya. What? My heart pounded loudly. Is that a problem? It's fine, okay. I talked fast to cover up my panic. I told her I'd be there as soon as I could and hung up. I wasn't supposed to go to Shibuya. That's what they told me. They didn't tell me why, but it's something to do with the traffic accident I was in 3 months ago. Well, even without the accident, I really didn't feel like going to Shibuya that much. Yokohama had a lot of places that were just as fancy and fashionable, and going all the way to a crowded town like that on my day off was just exhausting. I didn't like big crowds anyway. When I saw a lot of people at once, my head would start to ache and I'd feel something strange in my chest. Is that just another thing my body did? Well, it's fine. My friends had been nice enough to invite me, and it was my guardian's fault for not telling me why I shouldn't go to Shibuya anyway. They lived in Shibuya, so if I saw them there, I'd tell them that. I leapt out of bed and began to get ready. The contents of my stomach flowed down the drain and disappeared. When you felt like you had to vomit, throwing up was the best way to feel better. The crepes I'd just eaten were gone now, though. You okay? Aoi was rubbing my back. I raised my hand to show I was fine. Oh, that 1,800 yen I spent was a lot of money. I'd seen a group of college kids having fun and suddenly felt like I needed to vomit. Does this have to do with that sickness in your head you were talking about?
わかんない。
I don't know. 3 months ago, on November 6th in Shibuya, it was the day of the Shibuya Restoration Festival. Supposedly, I'd been hit by a car full of people who'd come to see the festival. I say supposedly because I couldn't really remember it. I mean, it's a tourist town. All I remember was a very bright light. Headlights, maybe. Maybe not tourist, but it's like a big, like, city gathering. So, you know, money. Next thing I knew, I'd woken up in a hospital bed. There were wounds all over my body, particularly my stomach, and I was wrapped up in bandages like a mummy. What was worse was that the effect it had on my memories. I remembered my name, I remembered how old I was, I remembered my favorite TV shows, I remembered the day of the Shibuya earthquake, I remembered the faces of idols I liked and how to use flick input on a smartphone, what school I went to, where I lived, who my parents were. Exactly, that's exactly why Kayandera is so expensive. All of that was gone. I tried to remember, but I couldn't. Instead, sometimes I'd suddenly see images in my mind, like clips from a film. Sometimes it was a collapsed town, or rows and rows of TV screens, or a puddle of blood, but none of them seemed real, and I couldn't imagine why I was seeing them anyway. The doctors told me that maybe I used to like watching movies, and that's where the images came from. Maybe they were right, I don't know.
大丈夫？
It's okay, here you go. Ayaka had run to get me a bottle of tea.
Thank you.
Thanks. I took it gratefully, rinsed out my mouth, and spit it into the drain again. Dang it.
あんたさ、
You know... what is it?
具合が悪いのはしょう
Even
が
if
ない
you're sick, you need to act more like a girl. It's a waste. Huh? What were they talking about? Felt like someone had told me the same thing before. When I thought about that, the urge to vomit faded away.
どうする？
What should we do? I got the clothes I wanted. Should we go home?
いや、
No, I'm
平気
fine,
平
I'm
気
fine. I felt just fine after that.
単に3つも
Sure,
食
it's
べ
not
た
just
からじ
because
ゃ
you
な
had
い
3 whole crepes.
やっぱりそう
Maybe
か
you're right.
な。
Ah, 3 crepes cost $18. That sounds more realistic. Still high, but a little more realistic. Sometimes something would happen and I'd feel who I used to be before the accident. Like when I'd seen that crepe stand a bit ago, I'd suddenly felt a strong craving for crepes. And I'd ended up eating too many. I hadn't realized I liked sweets that much. Maybe I just liked crepes? Maybe I'd eaten them on a date with a boy I liked. My face went red. No way. Probably. I wasn't interested in that stuff. And if I had a boyfriend, he would have come to see me when I was in the hospital. Probably.
じゃあ、映画で
You
も
want to
見
go see a
る？
movie, Serica? How are you for money? 2 of my precious 1,000 yen bills had just disappeared down the drain, along with the crepes. But I didn't have any parents to beg for cash.
生活費の振り
I
込
got my
み
money
って
for living
15
expenses on the
日だからね
15th, too. This must have been what a grown-up felt like the day before payday. What should I do? And then... I saw something strange. What's that? Huh? Oh. I always saw what I was looking at and frowned.
セリカは見たことな
Serica,
い
you've
の
never seen one before? I nodded. Maybe the old maid had seen one, but I couldn't remember.
聞いたことくらいはあ
You've
る
at
で
least
しょ
heard of it, right? Chaos Child Syndrome?
あれが？
That's it? There were these strange-looking people walking around. No, it wasn't that they looked strange. The clothes they were wearing didn't match their appearance. There was a weird, unbalanced feeling to them. I couldn't stop staring. But the people around them were obviously used to them, so they didn't seem to mind.
確か
I heard that young people who had something bad happen to them during the earthquake got that
あ
condition,
の
right?
病気になっちゃったんだよね。
Aoi nodded.
なんで誰
How
も
come
気にし
nobody's
ないのか
bothered
な？
by it?
気にはしてるんだよ
They are, but
けど
it's not their
あ
fault.
の人た
It's
ちが
just a
悪いわけじゃ
disease.
ない
And
もん
Aoi looked up at the big
そういう病
TV
気らしい
screen on the
から
side of the building.
それに
She was looking below the TV at the marquee used for news and messages. There was a message there. Chaos Child Syndrome is a treatable illness. It is not dangerous and it is not communicable. Harassment of patients is a violation of their human rights and is forbidden by law. Let us strive for an equal society, free from discrimination. I'd never seen anything like that before. Of course, I knew about the syndrome.
渋谷だけだよ
This only
こん
happens
な
in
風になって
Shibuya.
るのは
Naoi added when she saw I was still staring at the announcement.
なんか変だもんこ
This
の
town's
街
kind of weird. There's lots of rumors about it.
あるある聞いたこ
Oh
と
yeah, I've heard about that.
症候群の人たちが
Some
時々
things.
行方不明になるんでしょ
Sometimes the syndrome patients go missing, right? Like they're doing experiments on them.
実験って
Experiments? You read too much manga. Huh. Anyway, you really never heard of this?
うん
No, I
知らな
haven't.
いよそっか
I see. You don't really read the news online, do you? She was right. I was never really interested, and I didn't even have internet at home. No internet at home. According to Ayaka, everyone else had internet these days, but maybe that was just how it worked?
ね
Anyway, if you don't have any money, want to go take a peek?
えちょっと覗き
Ayaka flashed a mischievous grin.
何を
At what?
症候群の
At the
人たち
place
が
they
入っ
keep
て
the
いる施設
patients. I know where it is.
いいよ
Yes, it's all the rock.
映画見よ
But no way, I'd rather go see a movie. I'll pay for circus ticket. The three of us talked for a while, then Ayaka went out. I didn't like the idea of having a friend pay for me, and for some reason I wanted to go there.
うーん
Just a little, okay? I don't want them getting mad at us, so where is it anyway?
こっからすぐだよ
It's really close. It's called Hekiho Academy. Okay. It was a few minutes' walk from the station. Sure didn't look like a place for sick people. Looked just like a normal school. There was a plate on the entrance that read Hekiho Academy. I could see the patients, coming in and out of the building. Some were laughing and joking around, while others were alone and playing with their smartphones. They really did look like normal students. So that explained it. They were all wearing this school's uniform. But why? That uniform didn't fit their appearances at all. It actually made them stand out more.
本人たちは高校
They
に
say they
通って
actually
い
think they're
るつも
going
り
to
なんだって
school. What?
気がついていないんだ
They
よ
don't know what kind of place this is.
なんでそんな
How is that possible? That didn't make sense. How could they not know? They had to know what people were saying about them if they looked on TV.
何が
I
見え
wonder
て
what
る
they
んだろう
see.
ね
Just as I went to take a look inside. Huh?
セリカ
Oh, I felt a sharp pain in my head and collapsed. Felt my mind starting to fade away, and then everything went black.
うん
Yeah, so I'll stay at home tomorrow. Sorry about today.
明日は休むようん
Yeah, I'll get some rest.
お
Thanks,
大事
bye.
にします
I ended the call with Aoi and fell into the bed. I'd only passed out for a few minutes. I woke up and the two of them walked me home. My head still hurt. It was a strange pain. Yeah, this is definitely post that common route. It was a strange pain. How to describe it? It wasn't a real headache. It was like the center of my head felt heavy.
うーん
What happened to me that afternoon? I suddenly saw a vision of something in my mind. It had happened before, but this time it was different, more powerful. Like I'd gone inside the vision. I could even smell it.
これって
Does this maybe... Did it have something to do with before I lost my memories? Did I know Hekiho Academy, that facility in Shibuya? A wild drug trip, clearly. I took out my phone and looked up at my address book. There are 22 names on the list. The only one on the list who wasn't a friend was my guardian. I started to call them and stopped. They told me not to go to Shibuya. I couldn't explain what had happened today. Maybe I should just tell her about the visions I'd seen.
あの人は何
I
か
wonder if she
知って
knows
るのか
anything.
な
When I'd woken up in the hospital after the accident, I didn't have anything to identify myself. No matter what the doctors asked me, I couldn't answer. And then she came. She said she was a distant relative of mine and that she would be my guardian. She was the one who told me about the accident. I was an only child, she said. I lived in a prefecture far away from Tokyo. In the fall of my second year in high school, my parents had both died in an accident. I was all alone. And then this person, my distant relative, had taken me in. For financial reasons, I wasn't able to go to the private school I'd been attending before, and instead I transferred to a cheaper school run by a man she knew. But the day before I was supposed to start, I'd gone to the Restoration Festival. I'd gone to Shibuya for the first time in my life and been shocked at the number of people there. I'd been so flustered that I was swallowed up by the crowd and pushed out into the street. Convert means Yui and Nono are dead. Yes, it does. Could be Momose. Could also just be... It could be someone from the committee. It could be... I don't know. And then a car would come by. Momose would check out, though. And then I'd woken up in a hospital bed. My stomach was badly hurt, and I'd forgotten everything. The day I left the hospital, I asked her a question. Can I go back to my old house? I doubt it's Kunosato. I mean, the house where I'd lived with my parents. If I went back there, I might remember something. But she told me I couldn't. Someone else owned it now, she said. She said they'd tell me the reason why when I was older, and she hadn't told me yet. She worked in Shibuya and wasn't able to leave, so I lived alone, here in this apartment in Yokohama. The first time I'd fallen asleep in this room after leaving the hospital, I'd woken up in tears, and then I made a decision. I didn't have time for crying. I needed to live the best life I could for my parents' sake as well as mine. Was I ready? Was I okay? I was okay. And then I threw away the past, or so I thought. That facility called Hekiho Academy and all those Chaos Child Syndrome patients seemed like they were going to make me remember. Excuse me. Stay away from Shibuya. Oh, okay, yeah, it's definitely her then. She told me that so many times. Maybe it was because she didn't want me seeing Hekiho Academy and the people who went there?
Wow.
Wow. It's like there was something I wasn't supposed to remember. Almost like that's the case. No way. This wasn't a thriller or something. Chaos Child Syndrome. They did really drop just little bits of like Chaos Child Syndrome throughout the story, but like never really elaborated on it, like ever. Like it's not the first time we've heard about it now, obviously. Maybe the 5th? But I feel like it was never elaborated on. It was just, that was a thing. It's a phrase. A specific condition that appeared in certain victims of the Shibuya earthquake. Thought to be a psychogenic mental disorder. Seems to be a form of schizotypical disorder, a condition where the patient does not recognize that they have a disorder. The originator of the name is unknown. It's said to have come from both a psychologist and from one of the patients. The name appears to have come from the fact that all patients with this disorder were young children at the time of the Shibuya earthquake, and the complexity of their circumstances surrounding the quake and their symptoms. Yeah, I just assumed it was related to something about Gigalomaniacs. That is believed to be the origin of the name Chaos Child Syndrome. So it's immediately noticeable to anyone else that certain people have it. I couldn't stop thinking about the syndrome, so I spent the whole night looking it up on my phone. I didn't understand over half of what I read. Just reading it gave me a headache. Yeah, they're noticeable, but all we know is that it's noticeable, but they don't know they have it, and they all seem to go to Hekiho. It was all is believed to be, or is said to be. Yeah, how would we? And the few times we saw through someone else's eyes that weren't his, it was someone else at Hekiho Academy. Did we ever see through... Did we ever see through the cop's eyes? And he kept working with them. So if he noticed, he kept working with them. It's like no one really knew anything for sure. Evidently, I turned up a page that said, mental disorders are neither real illnesses or fictional myths, but somewhere between the two. I didn't know what that meant, so I just gave up. He shouldn't have it, he's too old. Maybe that's just why he's extra nice to them? But yeah, I don't know. It also looks like a lot of other people besides me were looking into it too. Some people were coming up with weird conspiracy theories, and others were saying that the very idea of explaining it scientifically was nonsense. I realized as I read that I kept seeing the same name over and over again. Takeru Miyashiro, was that it? He was the boy behind the serial killings in Shibuya. This is definitely past the OG route then. He was just 18 years old, only a year older than me. I kind of figured it had to be, but yeah, this is after the main route. I lost my memories from before the accident and didn't really know what awful things he'd done. I tried to look him up, but when they'd given me the phone, they put a filter on it. I couldn't read much of anything at all about Takeru Miyashiro. Huh. Suspicious. That only made me want to know more. Maybe that was what I was like from before the accident? My personality didn't seem to have changed much. Well, unless you take an interest and look into it yourself, information doesn't do you any good. Huh? Not like someone had told me that often before. Who was it? Well, it didn't matter. Aoi's phone didn't have any filtering on it. I was able to find out about Takeru Miyashiro right away. It was shocking. It was hard to imagine that someone my age could have done this. He'd killed his own younger sister, and he'd worked together with an accomplice to stuff her body in boxes. Then he tried to kill his older sister and failed. His older sister was still in a coma, they said. I couldn't believe it. I felt disgusted with this Miyashiro person. How could he do that? But at the same time I wondered. I learned that he had gone to Hekiho Academy before he'd been caught. They told me not to go to Shibuya, and they'd put filtering on my phone to stop me from looking up Miyashiro. Which meant that maybe there was something there. Something they didn't want me to know. I didn't know what it could be, but it just didn't feel right. Right. I slapped myself a few times on the cheeks to help me focus. I just wanted to know the answers, so I pretended to be sick to get out of school and went back to Shibuya. Okay, I was all ready. I said a silent sorry to my friends who were worried about my fake illness and set off for my destination. When I stood at the same spot as yesterday, I could hear the sound of a chime. All the noise the patients were making stopped and the whole facility became quiet. Is it maybe class time? The place seemed just like the high school I went to. Ayaka had said that the people here thought they were going to school. What should I do? I'd come to the same spot as yesterday, but I didn't see any visions like I had last time. I didn't want to pass out again, but I'd had my hopes up a little. That maybe I would see something else. And that maybe it would be a clue to the old me. I took out my phone and checked the time. If it was the same as a normal school, they should still be doing morning classes. I just heard the chimes, so it was probably third period? Should I go inside? If I acted like I belonged there, maybe they wouldn't. No, that wouldn't work. It would be one thing if I was wearing the school's uniform, but in my street clothes, they'd spot me immediately. True, I thought Vienna ended solely because of people saying how good the twist was. Oh, interesting. Is something wrong? Is that the one that has the Opie route, or is that a different game? Wow, not good. Been staring at the school for so long, they thought I was suspicious. I smiled at the guard as he came up to me. No, nothing. Oh, you. I haven't seen you in a while. Where have you been? Oh, and where's your uniform? Read before that one. Okay, gotcha. Huh? It's against the rules, but, well, I'll let it slide. Get in quick, hurry, and you can make it in time for third period class. And then they let me right into the school. Rhythm game is from 2004. Okay. The Opie route was the twist. Oh, that's a twist, alright. Also clearly the true root of the game. But what was he talking about? Uniform? He hadn't seen me for a while. He knew me? I didn't understand. I was standing in shock in the middle of the courtyard. Huh? What's wrong? I could tell the guard was getting concerned. If I didn't do something, he'd get suspicious. Stab him, obviously. Best part of rewrite by far. How could it not be? Just go with it. I didn't know what was going on, but just standing here was only going to make him more suspicious. I started to walk towards the school building. Finally made it to the entrance. I hadn't realized it, but my breathing was starting to quicken. I looked around, desperately searching my memories, but I'd never been here before. Probably. Yet, for some reason I recognized the smell. It was the smell of the school building. It felt much more like home than my high school in Yokohama. No, that was impossible. I was imagining it. All schools smelled the same. And then suddenly I saw a vision in my mind, just like yesterday. My heart pounded loudly. I was sure I'd never been here before, but I still felt a sense of deja vu. I remembered what the guard said. You hadn't seen me for a while. Where was my uniform? Go inside, quick. Did I go here before the accident? Did that mean I was a student? No, a patient? I didn't have chaos child syndrome. but you never know if you have it. I opened up the shoebox for guests and put my shoes inside. I decided not to wear slippers. It was possible I'd need to run out. I headed up the stairs to the 3rd floor. The further in I got, the stronger the sensation of déjà vu. I felt sick. No, I felt uncomfortable. It was like watching a movie I'd seen when I was a kid. That's true. That's true. Didn't remember the story or the ending. I couldn't think of the title or the protagonist's face, but I knew I'd seen all the scenes before. I could faintly hear what sounded like a teacher's voice coming from one of the classrooms. You just hears wah 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 wah. Just kept walking through the movie, and for some reason I stopped.
私
What was I doing on the 3rd floor? I was in front of a 2nd-year classroom. Why'd I stop here? Why'd I come straight up here in the first place? It seems like the latest character for DNF2. Oh, cool. Nifty. That must be coming out soonish. I should probably know the date by now, but it's a very strange feeling. I could hear a teacher's voice from within, holding class. Suddenly I got scared. The air felt heavy, like it was threatening to crush me. My heartbeat sounded very loud. My hand went for the door, as if pulled by an unseen force. More déjà vu. I knew how this door felt to the touch. I remembered. I wasn't imagining it. Suddenly I heard a voice from within. A voice I remembered well. It was a voice I remembered well, but one that made me want to cry. No, don't open it. Don't open the door, Onoe.
どうして
Why can't I open it? Why?
どうし
By
て
the time I'd finished the thought, the door had slowly opened. 20th, oh, okay, soon. Unfortunately, too soon to sunbreak. Oh, okay. I froze. All the eyes were upon me. They were looking at me after I'd suddenly walked into their classroom. Okay. Yes, Everything Everywhere All at Once. Really good movie, people should watch it. My eyes locked with all of theirs. The old woman closest to me smiled. Her wrinkly lips shone with lip gloss that didn't fit her apparent age at all.
おかえり
Welcome back. All the hairs on my body stood on end, and I shot out of there like a bullet. I ran down the hallway. I kept running. What was that? What the heck was that? I'd seen yesterday what Chaos Child Syndrome was, but still, this didn't make sense. Why doesn't anybody realize? With all those patients there, how could nobody realize? How could none of them realize that this wasn't a school? I don't know, Ramen. I don't know. But we on the ride now. This place is weird. It was definitely weird. They all wore normal uniforms and took normal classes. What was the point of making all of them live normal human lives? No, I was never part of this. I had to be imagining it. Yeah, when in doubt, blame Taku-1. My chest started to burn and I stopped running, but I still couldn't stop myself from walking as fast as I could. And then I realized again. Stop it.
避けないでよ
Why did I come up the stairs? If I wanted to run, I needed to go down. I could see the building next to me from the window. Must have gone up about 2 flights of stairs. I looked behind me. Nobody was chasing after me. No one was making a fuss. I was safe. I saw another vision in my head. I felt dizzy. I staggered over to the wall to stop from falling over. It was the same as yesterday. I saw a vision of something I was sure I'd never seen before and started to pass out.
なんで
Why am I... Huh? It's a very important door. I happened to see a certain club room. Of course, which club it was, I didn't know. I'd never been here before. I have no idea, Ark. But I knew. This room was special to me. I moved away from the wall and slowly went towards the door. I heard a sound from within the room. Was someone in there? I like the idea that she didn't even go to classes. She's just in there pounding on the wall playing MMOs. Hey, stop it. Do something about her, Vice President.
また
Again, stop it.
やめなさいっても
Jeez.
うほらすりむいて
Look,
るじゃ
you're
ない
all
の
scratched up. Give me the first aid kit, okay?
は
No, wait, I'm checking the source of this news site.
早くしなさい
Hurry up.
はい。
Okay. The voices I heard made my chest ache and burn. For some reason I started to cry and my vision blurred. Excuse me. I hadn't heard any of these voices before, but I remembered them. At some point I'd put my hand on the door. I slowly opened it. There was no one inside. I'd heard the voices until I opened it. I slowly closed the door and went inside. I ran my fingers along the desk and looked at the things in the rest of the room. There was no one here. Of course not. No one was here. The room was a mess. There were piles of papers, books, and DVDs everywhere, and cardboard boxes stacked on top of each other.
新
The
聞
newspaper club. There were several scrapbooks on the shelf, and all of them said Hekiho Academy Newspaper Club Article Archive on the front. Oh, this is it. I was sure of it. This is what I'd seen a moment ago.
地図
A map? I touched the map on the corkboard. In the center was Shibuya Station, so this was a map of Shibuya. There were photographs and newspaper articles pinned to it, along with memos that were probably made by the club members. The stuff on the board made me feel sick. There were pictures of bodies and things, and wait, wasn't this
渋谷の
that case from Shibuya? I didn't remember it, but this was the return of the New Generation madness that had taken place in Shibuya before the Restoration Festival. The map was a summary of the case.
なんで
Why do I know this? I carefully searched the map for any clues to my past. Huh? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I found a photograph pinned up away from the others. It was of me. I was smiling, and I was wearing the school's uniform. It was the same uniform the old people, the patients, had been wearing. The person smiling next to me was... Who are you? I heard myself whisper. I wasn't asking the question to someone I'd never met before. I'd known this person from somewhere, but that definitely explains why she can go other places and pass for other schools, I guess. Who is this old woman with the kind smile? Tell me, who are you? Everything's plot relevant, Ramen. Everything's plot relevant. Right now, the zombie fake delusion ending is plot relevant, okay? We just hear. I realized I was yelling. Whether it was yelling at myself or at her, I didn't know. By the time the sun had almost set, I'd finally made my decision.
よし
Okay. That's true. It's just Chekhov's guns all the way down. I knew the place from the business card had been given before. There was no point in just thinking about it. I wanted answers, and at this rate, it was making me feel sick. I pulled up a map of Shibuya on my phone and started walking.
来ちゃったのね。
So you came, huh?
生活費の振
The
り
next
込みは
deposit
3
for
日後
living
よ。
expenses isn't for 3 days, you know? Also, I told you never to come here. But, you know. Momose, my guardian, didn't scold me for breaking my promise. She sighed, sounding slightly exasperated. I'd been scared she'd get mad, so I was a little relieved.
いえ
No, I know that. That's not why I'm here.
まあ、
Well, come inside. Coffee, okay?
はい
Yes. It had been a while since I'd seen her. So... Does Kunosato have Chaos Child Syndrome or not? Maybe that's kinda why she's put off by them? But if she has it, maybe it really is just the Gigglomaniac stuff? I don't know. There's a lot of questions. Part of me didn't really know how to... I would have thought the start of the hecking true route would start with answers. Nah. Game-shattering questions. Well, she was old enough to go to Hekio Academy and was a student before going to America. She's still... So, like... In theory... Well, part of me didn't really know how to deal with this woman, but, like... But then why would they let her go to an American university? Like, too many questions. She was normally so relaxed, but she could suddenly get scary. You got Dragon Song. There's a strength about her that you couldn't resist, maybe. If she told you to do something, you did it. Except for the whole don't come to Shibuya, besides that. Excuse me, I said as I timidly entered her office. Inside, it was a normal office. I craned my neck to look around. Her business card said, Trustworthiness Investigation Company. That meant she was a detective, I knew that much. From what I'd seen on TV, I thought detective offices were supposed to be messier, so I was surprised to see just how normal it looked.
Hi.
Here.
どうも。
Thanks. I took a sip from the coffee she offered me. Come to think of it, I hadn't had anything to eat since I'd run out of Hekio Academy this afternoon. I hadn't felt like eating at all.
それで
So, I told you to stay away from Shibuya, didn't I?
って言っておいた
Ah, she had. I tried to focus. I needed to get answers today.
それは謝ります。
I'm sorry, but there
で
was
も
something I
どう
needed
し
to
ても知
know.
りたいことがあって。
I told her as much as I could about everything that had happened since yesterday. Almost I listened quietly, occasionally sipping from her coffee. She didn't bat an eye, even when I told her how I'd collapsed or snuck into Hekiho. I got a little mad as I started to talk. Almost I knew something about my past, and whatever it was, it had something to do with the Chaos Child Syndrome and Hekiho Academy. Otherwise, she never would have told me not to come to Shibuya. I took something out of my pocket, like a detective confronting a suspect with crucial evidence. Oh, she took the photo. Almost expression changed, and it wasn't what I thought it would be. Did she just chuckle? Why?
これ
This is me, right? It has to be. Yes, you're the one on the right. I pointed to myself in the picture. I felt bad about it, but I'd borrowed the photograph from that room.
隣の人
Who is this that's next to me, and why am I wearing that facility's uniform?
私って
I thought you said I'd never been to Shibuya before the day of the Restoration Festival,
生まれ
right?
て初めて
The guard at
渋谷に来たんじゃ
Hekiho
な
had
か
known
ったん
who I
ですか
was. And I'd felt that sense of deja vu when walking through the halls. It was my first time there, but my body had moved on its own. Then there was what they'd said to me in that second-year classroom. Welcome back.
もしかして
Did I go there?
あなたは
What do you think?
行ってみて
How did it feel when you went? Did it feel like you'd been to Hekiho
自分
Academy
は
before?
碧峰学
I
園
wasn't
にいた
sure.
ことがあると思った
わかりませ
I don't
ん
know, but it just...
でも
it doesn't
なん
feel
と
right.
初めて行ったはずなん
There's
です
no way I could have been there before.
碧峰
I'd
学
never
園
even
っていう
heard the
名
name
前
Hekiho
も
Academy.
昨日初めて
I
聞き
didn't
ま
even
した
know that it
し
was a facility for
顔
Chaos
しちゃ
Child
いな
Syndrome
くても
patients.
あそこに
But
いる
when
と
I was there, it felt like I'd
何かを忘れて
forgotten
いる
something. In the photograph, I was wearing my uniform and smiling. The old woman next to me must have been a friend. I was friends with someone with Chaos Child Syndrome, and I was wearing the uniform. Did that mean that I was also...
もしかして私
Did I have Chaos Child Syndrome? Is that how I lost my memories?
それは違うわね
That's incorrect. Almost they told me I was wrong.
今のところ
No one has recovered from Chaos Child Syndrome yet, at least not as far as the public knows.
表向
As
き
far as the public knows.
と
Almost I got out a pen and started to write something down on a notepad.
渡す前に
Before I give this to you, I want to make sure of something.
あな
You're
たは
sure you want answers, right? She was testing me, but of course I wanted answers. I wanted to know about my past and the memories I'd lost.
はい
Yes, I want to know about myself.
そうね
Of course, you want to know about
自分のことで
yourself.
すもんね
Paper had an address and a name on it.
悪いんだけど
Sorry, but I can't tell you anything myself. In fact, I'm not even supposed to be telling you that I can't tell you
何も言え
anything.
ないって口にでもまあ
But, well, they'll just have to forgive me for this.
とにかくそこへ
Just go there and ask your questions. That's how you can
ま
start.
ず
は
Huh. Felt like she hadn't told me anything, like usual, but I had no choice but to go there. I gulped down the rest of my coffee, which had gone totally cold, and stood up. Oh, right. How are you doing
一
living
人
by
暮らしは
yourself?
順調かしら？
Mama said chased after me once I'd left the building.
はい
I'm doing
まあ
alright, I
そ
guess.
れなりに
お金使いすぎ
Don't
ちゃダ
use too
メ
much
よ。
money, okay? The crepes I'd eaten yesterday flashed through my mind.
お小遣いと
I
生活
split my
費は
allowance and living
ちゃんと分けて
expenses.
ます
ほら、
Oh
しっか
my,
りして
how
るじゃない。
grown up of you. Did you make
友達は
friends?
できた？
I thought of Howie and Aika.
はい
Yes,
そ
I see. Then you're having a good time, right?
はい
Yes, I am.
楽しいです
う、よかったわ。
I'm glad to hear that. Before you mentally break when you find out your past. If she was happy, then why did her eyes seem a little sad? 'Cause you're about to
それ
break.
じゃ、
Alright,
体に
take
気をつ
care.
けてね。縁があったら。
Maybe we'll meet again
また今度。
someday. That was a strange way to say goodbye. What did that mean? But everything she said always sounded kind of ominous. There was no point in thinking about it.
はい
Yeah,
また
see ya.
今度
I left Frieza. Maybe we'll meet again one day. And by late afternoon, I'd arrived at my destination.
ここって
Isn't this place... Huh, the address on the memo sheet was for a hospital in Yoyogi. A.H. Tokyo General Hospital. I thought I'd heard the name before when I'd seen the memo, but it was only when I actually saw the building that I remembered. Everything bad happens here. About 3 months ago, the police had run a search here. Everyone had been talking about it, to the point where I knew about it even though I didn't watch the news. They'd been committing all kinds of medical malpractice, which they hadn't reported at all, and they'd been making illegal donations to politicians for years to cover it up, something like that. And they were linked with some weird cult, and instead of treatment, sometimes they made the patients undergo weird rituals.
怖い
This place is
病院
scary.
だな
I hope I'll be
大
okay.
丈夫なのかな
I was pretty sure I'd heard that all the managers and doctors involved had been arrested, and any ties with the cult had been severed. It's supposedly a completely new hospital now. Isn't that what they said the last time this happened? But still. Oh, we assure you, it's all totally new people. Totally new people we just indoctrinated into the cult. I mean, totally new people. Oh, it'll be fine. Just go. I spoke loudly to cheer myself up and went inside.
えっと
Most of the hospital must have been closed for the weekend because the lobby was almost empty. But visiting hours hadn't ended yet, and no one stopped me as I walked through the halls. Come to think of it, the paper I was given only had a name. I didn't know if it belonged to a doctor, a patient, or maybe even a nurse.
すいません
Excuse me. I spoke to a nurse at the nurse's
は
station.
い。どうしました
Yes, what can I do for you?
ですね
Does this person work here?
ここで
I
働い
showed
て
her
た
the
り
name
し
in the
ます
memo.
か
The nurse nodded.
失礼ですけど。
I'm sorry,
あ
Oh, my name is
小野と言いま
Onoe.
す
Are you a friend of
この佐藤さんも
Kunasato?
お知り合いですか
Well, oh, I know. Momose. Tell her Momose sent me and she'll understand.
百瀬さ
The
んが
nurse
紹
nodded
介と
again
言っ
and
て
reached
く
for
れ
the
れば
phone on the
わかり
desk.
ます
She spoke on the phone with someone for a moment.
お待たせしました。
I'll take your word on it.
5階の精神科へどう
I
ぞ
imagine Yukio. I apologize for the wait. She says she'll see you. Go to the psych ward on the 5th floor.
精神科
The psych ward?
ええ。
Yes, it's normally off limits, so be careful. You'll see a doctor once you're out of the elevator. Press the intercom button on the side, and the nurse there will show you in.
わかりましたありがとうございます
Alright, thank you. Maybe. I headed for the elevator like the nurse said. Oh, excuse me.
はい
Yes? The nurse glanced around to see if anyone was listening and leaned toward me. She were whispering.
久野里さんとは
Is it your
初めて
first time meeting Kunasato?
は
Yes?
気をつけてね
Be careful. She can be a little
気難しい
difficult.
人だから
I narrowed my eyebrows a little. For some reason, the nurse said, good luck. I like how she was like, I just talked to her on the phone, but she could be right here. Gotta make sure doesn't hear this. I went to the 5th floor and pressed the button to call the nurse, who let me into the psych ward. I was told to go to the first door down the hall. Wait, I was going to a hospital room? I was sure she worked for the hospital.
患者さんなのかな
Maybe she's a patient? There was a plate for a patient's names in front of the room, but it didn't say Kunasato. It was blank. I knocked timidly.
空いてる
It's open. A gruff voice answered. Huh? Did I know that voice?
何してる
What are you doing? If you're going to come inside, then come inside.
はい
Right.
失礼します
Excuse me. I remembered what the nurse had just said. She really did seem difficult. Just from that, yeah. Sorry. As much as I love the lower temperatures, the wildly fluctuating temps just mess my nose up. Or scary, more like. I fidgeted a little as I opened the door. Oh. The reason I thought I'd heard the voice before was that I had met her several times. Sometimes she'd come to visit me with Momose when I was in the hospital after my accident. I hadn't asked her name. I guess it was Kunosada then. Kunosada was sitting at her laptop, typing at an incredible speed. She didn't even look at me. Why did you come here? I'm sorry? You were told not to come to Shibuya. She does, oh yeah, she does look not syndromed. This isn't Shibuya, it's Yoyogi. Huh, then how did you know I was here? You went to Momose's place and found out from her, right? Ooh. She figured me out. Momose's company is in Shibuya, which means you went to Shibuya. See? I don't like idiots who can't listen to warnings. Remember that. I knew exactly why the nurse had wished me good luck. I spoke loudly to keep up with the sound of fingers hitting keys. I came here because there's something I want to know. It's about my memories. Grr, she was deliberately hitting the keys hard. I wouldn't lose, though. Here. I put the photograph I'd brought in front in front of her face, since she refused to look away from the screen. Meh. I found this in the newspaper club room at Hekiho Academy. If you know something about it, please tell me. You went there? Yeah? It was only after she turned to look at me that I realized. Under her white lab coat, she was wearing a Hekiho Academy uniform, the same as in the picture. Hey. Kunosada suddenly stood up and got close enough to my face that we almost touched. Do you know what that place is? What did you see? What did you do? I didn't do anything. Lies. Quickly drew back from her. She was scary. I could almost hear the sound of my own heart racing. Are you also a student? I mean, a patient there? What? Because that... I pointed at a uniform. Tell me, did I go there before? Tell me anything you know, no matter how small. Anything that could give me a clue to my memories. I want to know no matter what. Kunosada kept looking at me. She seemed annoyed. It was like she was trying to feel out what it was in my heart. What did Momose say? Huh? I'm sure you asked her the same question. What did she say? That she couldn't tell me anything herself. Oh, and that she probably couldn't even tell me that she couldn't tell me anything. I see. That's just like her. The sly old bat. Oh, I think you're right. I found myself agreeing. Sly, that was the perfect word for her. You want to know, huh? About your past? Yes. Kunosada shrugged a little. Just so we're clear, I don't know anything about you. Huh? The first day I met you was the day you came to the hospital. Everything before that I heard from Momose. I don't think she'd lie. But they totally met. But I really don't think she'd lie. She at no point to our knowledge has ever actually lied to at any point in this story. She's been a iffy human being, but I don't think she's ever straight up told a lie. That we were aware of. Alright. I don't know anything about that photograph either, or why you're wearing that uniform. But you're a patient there, right? I looked at the uniform she was wearing again. It's the same as the one I had on in the picture. No, patients at that facility are required to wear uniforms. If I want to move around without arousing suspicion among the patients, I need this. Then, what are you? A scientist. I study Chaos Child Syndrome. A scientist? Yeah. She tapped the laptop monitor with her fingers. It was filled with rows of tiny numbers and several images of what looked like human brains. Did I maybe have some special reason for being there? Like you did? If I'm wearing that uniform in the photo. No, if nothing else, I don't remember seeing you there, and I can't imagine what that special reason would be. You seem to be a scientist, like I am. Or you don't seem to be a scientist, like I am. That answer didn't satisfy me. The guard had acted like he knew who I was, and the woman in the picture had been acting like we were friends.
この人は
This
症
person
候
is a
群の
patient,
人なん
aren't
で
they?
すよね。
I shouted at Kunosada before, yeah. Yeah, all I know is that I don't know nothing. That's true. Pointed at the photo.
この人のこと教えてください。
Tell me about her. If you're doing research on them, you should know her, right?
部外者に
I can't just give
そんな
private
簡単に個人
information
情
to
報を
部
outsiders.
外者じゃないか
I
もしれ
might
な
not
い
be
じゃ
an
ないですか。
outsider, though.
お前
Why do you want answers so badly?
そんなの当たり前
Of
です。
course I want answers. Who wouldn't want to know about themselves?
それに
And
私
I think I heard lots of voices in front of the room where the photo was taken.
うまく言えないんで
I
すけ
don't know
ど
how to describe it,
と
but
ても
it
懐
all
か
felt
し
so
い感じがし
familiar.
ましたもしも
If this person was one of those voices, they must have been a dear friend of
大
mine.
事な友達のことを知りたいって思うのは
Is it wrong to want to know about a dear friend? She was glaring at me with a really scary look on her face. Did I get a little too far? But I couldn't help it. It was the truth.
お前
You're a pain in the ass. No, you're a pain in the ass. What?
百瀬さんがこっ
I
ち
can
に
see why
回
Momose
してきた
sent
の
you
も
to
わかる
me. She stood up and went to leave the room, as if she was finished talking. But
待って
wait!
ください
I quickly tried to stop her.
話はまだ
We're not done.
少しここで待って
Wait here a little. I'll find out if it's okay to tell you.
PC には触れるね
Don't touch my computer. Like she's done such a good job of everything you've told her not to do so far. Huh? Thought to myself as I was alone in the room.
案外
Maybe she
友
does
達
have
いるかも
friends.
しれないなあの人
Doubt it. Co-workers, maybe. I was kept waiting for about an hour. Just when I was starting to think that she was making me wait deliberately, she came back to the room. She told me to follow her and to promise that I wouldn't tell anyone what I was about to see.
事前に
The fact that you snuck into Hekiho already worked in your favor. If she's going to do that on her own, it's better to just
勝手
tell
に
her,
そんな
they
こと
said.
をされるくらい
研究の責任者の方
The
ですか
person in charge of the research?
まあ
Well, they're certainly in
責任者には違い
charge. That was not the way anyone else would call it. Kunosada went deeper into the building, then stopped.
ここだ
Here. She turned around to face me as she put her hand on the door.
ああ待て
Oh, wait, I want you to promise me something before you go inside. Of course, you'll tell no one what you saw in here, but also,
はい
right?
この中の連中を
Once you see
見
the
て
people
納得した
inside and
ら
accept things,
今度こそ
that this
渋谷
time
に
you'll
は近づ
stay
かない
away from Shibuya.
え
Huh?
それが
That's my condition for telling you
お前
what
の
you
知り
want to
たがって
know.
待ってください
Wait, what do you...
会えばわかる
You'll know when you see them. Kunosada opened the door without waiting for an answer. Oh. Great. I was struck dumb when I saw what was in the room. The only light came from the fluorescent lamps up overhead. It smelled a peculiar scent of disinfectant. There were 4 beds, each with a patient on them. All of them were old women. Their bodies were hooked up to machines like the ones you saw on TV shows that went beep beep in time with the rhythm of their hearts.
こっちへ来い
This way.
あ
Oh. Kunosada called to me from the bed that was furthest back. I got close and gasped. It was her. It was the girl in the photograph with me.
クルスノノ
Nono Kurusu, age 18. A Chaos Child Syndrome patient. She's been in a coma for 3 months. She's 18. A coma? 3 months?
さらに彼女は
Unlike the other 3, when she was brought here, she had a terrible wound on her abdomen. What? She was hurt?
まあな
Yeah, it got hairy a few times, but we managed to save her.
なんと
For
か
some
一
reason,
命を取
Kunosada
り
was
留め
frowning as she looked at me. Well, anyway, now you understand, right? There was no way to ask her what her relationship to you was.
お前と
She
彼
pointed to
女
the
は
woman
ど
on
う
the
いう
bed as if
関
to
係
say,
だったの
satisfied?
昏睡って
A coma because of the syndrome?
そうだ
That's right.
他の人たちも
And the others? I looked at the other beds. Each of them had a name written above their pillow. Hine Arimura, Hana Kazuki, Yuki Yamazoe. Yeah, was all she said.
回復するんですよね
They're going to get better, right?
さあな
I don't know. The girl on the bed, Kurusu, was as still as a doll. Without the sound of the heart monitor, I doubt I would have known she was alive.
は
It really did feel like I knew her, maybe. What had our relationship been like before the accident? Had we been friends at Hekiho Academy?
私
Why am I...
どうして
Felt like I could almost remember, but I couldn't. Nono Kurusu, Hana Kazuki, Hine Aramura, Uki Yamazoe. They were all names I was hearing for the first time, but it didn't feel that way. It was so frustrating not being able to remember.
3ヶ月ってことは
If they'd been in a coma for 3
昏睡状
months,
態
that
が
means
始
it
まった
started
の
at
は
the same time as the
5歳の
festival,
頃っ
right?
てことですよ
And
ね
that was when I'd lost my memories. Was that a
どう
coincidence?
してみんな昏睡状
Why
態
did they
に
all
な
end
って
up in
し
a
まう
coma?
それこそ
That's private medical information.
患者の重要な個人
Why do you
情報。
care?
直接彼女に私のことを聞きたいんです
I want to ask her about my past myself.
素人のお前に
This
どう
isn't
こう
an
できる
illness
病
that
気
an
じゃない
amateur can treat.
わからないじゃないです
You
か
don't know that. But Kunosato wasn't listening. She just kept insisting that I leave and never go back to Shibuya.
じゃあ明日
Alright,
もう一度
I'll go back to
壁
Hekiho
学園に
tomorrow.
行きます
何
what? Kunosato raised her eyebrows.
だって
If I can't talk to Kurisu, my only option is
壁
Hekiho.
学園
The
に
guard
し
there
か
acted like he
手が
knew
かり
me.
ふざけるな
Like hell you will. Kunosato angrily drew closer to me and I stepped back.
そんなことをしてみろ
Just try it. I'll have Momose cut off your living expenses. What? That would be bad. No, I wouldn't give up. I'll get a part-time job. I'll be fine.
なるほど
I see. You've got guts, but in this country, it's hard to get a real job without a guardian.
そして
And your guardian is also Momose. That one worked. If she wouldn't let me get a job, I couldn't survive.
ひどい
That's awful. Why are you so...
いいから
Just heed the warnings you were given.
だから
At least give me a reason that I can accept. Why did she want to keep a secret so badly? I didn't think I was asking for anything weird.
お前の記憶
That's got nothing to do with your memories. Hekiho Academy is in a delicate position right now.
微妙な立場に置かれてるからだ
Kunosato ran an aggravated hand through her hair and showed me what was on the laptop she brought. The screen showed a picture of a man. Huh? Huh. I'd seen him before too. Alright, so before that. Computer Ryan Recycle Bin Victim List. Fire Earth. Backup Confidential. Windows Alive. Microsoft Excel. New Gen Shortcuts. 2013 Shortcuts. 2014 Shortcuts. 2015 Shortcuts. Victim List first. Summary of Expenses. Report 3. Okay. Principal Investigator. Access Rights. Administrator Class Personnel. Master Access Rights. Class A Rights Holder. Specialty Frontotemporal Lobar Degeneration, FTLD syndrome, bipolar disorder, developmental disorder education. Achievements: health management research for Chaos Child syndrome, differentiation of Chaos Child syndrome from mental disorders, primary roles at facility, mental care and management of Chaos Child syndrome patients, negotiation with government organizations, career not found error. I'd seen him before too, but where? I couldn't remember.
涌井秀一
Suichi Wakui. The patients think he's just a normal teacher, but
普通
he's
の
not.
施設の
He's one of the people in charge of the Hekiho facility. He used to be a researcher working on Chaos Child syndrome.
復興祭の直後
After the festival, he took all the data we had on the syndrome
今まで
and
の症候
vanished.
群に関する
Theft
デ
of
ータを
patient information is a serious problem. The whole school was in an
と
uproar.
ころが
But he was
こいつは
particularly
もっと悪
nasty.
質でな
He used his position as administrator to
管
make
理
the
人
school
の
his
立場を利
private
用して
property.
詳細は言えない
I
が
can't tell you the details, but because of him, Hekiho Academy is in a position where anything could happen. So I'm telling you to stay away from it.
おい
Hey, are you listening? No. Huh? Oh, right. I couldn't take my eyes off the man in the picture. What was this? I knew him from somewhere. Oh? My eyes met with Kunosato just as the scene flashed through my mind. Her look of annoyance had vanished, and she was dead serious.
お前
Do you remember this man?
この男とど
Do
こ
you
で
know
会
where
った
you
のか
met him? I tried to remember the image I'd just seen. It was probably...
どうなんだ
well,
なんとな
I
く
can't say for sure, but why would I know that place? I could hear Kunosato whisper as I tried to think.
装置の場
She
所
remembers the location of the device. Was the memory alteration imperfect? Huh? What did you say? Wow, you're just gonna drop big stuff just on a whisper?
いや
No, it's nothing you need to worry about. Just tell me where you saw him. It was important.
え
Sure,
えいいです
okay.
でも
But in exchange, I have a request.
お願い
And
があ
then
り
I
ます
explained the idea I just had to her. I left the patient room and was taken even deeper into the hospital. I was told I'll need to get permission from above and I'll have to negotiate, and kept waiting several more hours. It's probably night outside now. The further into the hospital I went, the colder the air became. Felt like something terrifying was waiting for me. Where are we going?
お前の持ち出した
To
交
fulfill
換
my end
条
of the
件のため
bargain, you need to meet another patient.
も
Huh? Was what I said that difficult? I hadn't thought it would be.
新庄さん
Shinjo. Oh, okay, so he's not a... Kunasato took me down the hallway to an area marked staff only, no entry. A man in a suit was waiting for us, and is not... It's definitely a little... His eyes went wide with surprise when he saw me.
何のつもりだ
What are you thinking? You can't do this.
説明は部屋の
I'll
中
explain
です
inside.
あんたも
Kunasato brushed past him. To be fair, Leskinen was also just a researcher. For what it's worth, I also don't think she's evil. I think she's a mean person, but I don't think she's evil. But Leskinen was also just a researcher. Just saying, that doesn't hold water here.
尾上
Oh no way.
はい
この人は
This is Detective Shinjo with the Shibuya Police. He's helping us with our research into chaos child syndrome.
研究に
A detective helping study a disease? Was that a thing that happened? About confused.
新庄さん
Shinjo, how long until the guards change shifts?
しばらくは大丈夫だ
We have some time, but he's going to be
だ
mad.
ろうな
I'm sure. Anyway, come with me. This is important for you to hear.
あんたにとっても重要な話だ
Kunasato went further down the hallway. I followed. Felt like something scary was getting close.
あの
Is someone there?
部屋に入ればわかる
You'll know when you go inside.
君もニュー
You
ス
at
くらい
least
見
watch
る
the
だろ
news, right?
ニュース
The news? Is he
有名
famous?
人ですか
あ
Yeah, I'm sure Kunasato told you this, but you'll need to keep what you learned here a
あ
secret.
彼自身のことは
You
もちろん
can't tell anyone about him, or that you met him, or even that this place exists. Got it.
はい
Yes, sir. What kind of famous person could it be if they needed all this secrecy? The two of them stopped in front of a certain door. There was a no visitor sign on the door, and the small window was barred. Only a faint light came from within. The detective took out something. It was a key. The door locked from the outside. There was a tension building between the two of them. I started to feel nervous, too.
尾上
Onoe? Yes?
お前は
How much do you know about the return of the New Generation
競技最
Madness?
大事件につい
The
て
return of the New Generation Madness? I knew about it.
ニュースで流れてい
I
る
heard
こ
what they
と
said
なら
about it on
一
TV,
通
I
りは
guess. It was a spree of serial killings in Shibuya, right?
犯人については
What do you know about the killer?
私の一個
There's
上
a
の男
boy a
で
year older than me. What was his name? Mia something? Miyazawa?
宮代だよ
Miyashiro. Takaru Miyashiro.
あ
Oh,
あそん
yeah,
な名前
something
で
like
した
that. When I'd borrowed Ayaka's phone to look up Chaos Child Syndrome, I'd seen his name a few times on news sites and blogs. At first I'd wondered why he was showing up in my search results, but when I read them, I found out that he had Chaos Child Syndrome too. By the time Ayaka and Aoi had told me not to look, it was too late. I'd already seen photos of the crime scenes. They were awful. Just remembering them made me feel anger and hatred towards the killer.
私と一つ
I
しか違
can't
わ
believe
ない
that
人
someone
が
only a year
こんな
older
こと
than me
を
could
し
do
たなんて
something like that.
信じられませんけど
Maybe he'd wanted to be famous, maybe that's why. And one of the victims was his own sister, they said. Couldn't believe it.
事件後
Do you know what happened to Miyashiro
Miyashiro got
after the
donut.
case? Huh? I don't know, but he was arrested, right? They didn't put him on
逮捕
trial
さ
or
れたんで
something.
すよね
For some reason,
裁判
Kunasato
とか
glanced at the
するん
door.
じゃないんです
So
か
did Shinjo. I suddenly felt cold ice pressed to the back of my neck. No way, it couldn't be. Was he inside?
カオスチャイルド症
No
候
one
群
has
から
ever
回復
recovered
した
from
人
Chaos
間
Child Syndrome,
一人
at
も
least as far as the public knows.
宮代は事件を
Miyashiro
引き起こ
suffered
し
from
た
Chaos Child Syndrome when he committed
カ
the
オスチャイ
murders,
ルド
but
症候群だ
after he was arrested, we learned that he was
だが
recovering.
現状で唯一の
He's
症候
presently
群
the
からの
only
機関
person to recover from the disease, so
病
he's
気
been
の解明
kept
のため
specially
特
quarantined
別
here to
措置
help
と
us
し
find a
て
cure.
この病院に隔離されて
Not
いる
that the public knows anything about it, Kunasato added. So he did actually do the murders? But he's getting better? We still don't even know what Chaos Child Syndrome means, other than they don't know they have it and they look old. That's literally all we know. It was cold. Oh, on top of the usual, like, it only happened to certain age youths in Shibuya, like that stuff, but that we knew beforehand. It was cold, but I still felt an awful sweat. The killer was working with Kunosato, and the police were in on it too? Why do I have to meet someone like that? No, I'm scared. I don't want to meet him. Who knows what he'll do to me?
安心しろ。
Don't worry, he won't do anything to you. I'm sure of it.
お前には何もし
Kunosato
ない
wasn't listening to me.
絶対にな。
Shinjo used the key and the door slowly opened. Wow, somebody's gotta take some WD-40 to that heckin' door. Just a bit. Saw him immediately in the dark room. He was sitting on the bed looking at me. He wasn't handcuffed and he wasn't bound at all. I took a small step back. He was thin and wasting away, like a dead tree branch. It was hard to believe he'd committed those murders. Had he just recovered from Chaos Child Syndrome? His face was like an 18-year-old boy's, but his bony limbs and neck still looked like they belonged to an old man.
これが
This is Takaru Miyashiro, the killer behind the return of the New Generation madness.
新庄さん、
Shinjo,
黒里
Kunosato,
さん、
this wasn't the deal.
約束が違う。
I found myself hiding behind Kunosato's back when he spoke. The kind of killer who could do something like that had to be a very scary man. My hand was shaking as I held onto Kunosato's white lab coat.
どういうことです？
What are you doing? Why would you bring someone here who has nothing to do with this?
ここに連れて
I
く
could tell from his voice that he was angry. I shrank back to try and hide from him.
状況が変わった。
The situation's changed. This is Serika Onoe. It seems she knows about
敵
Hekiho
をあ
Academy.
る場所で。
She remembers being alone with Wakui in a certain place, she says.
え
Huh? Both he and Shinjo gasped in surprise. He stood up from the bed and walked over to me. I got scared and clung to Kunosato tighter.
そんな
No, that can't be.
そのまさか。
That's right. She probably means the facility that disappeared from the basement of this building.
新庄さんがどれだけ探しても
What
見つ
Shinjo's
けられ
been
ない
looking
あれ
for
も
without success is
そこ
probably
にあるはず
there.
だ。そして
And Serika Onoe remembers where it is.
その場所を覚え。
本当なのか
Is that true? The detective grabbed me and pulled me close. I was yanked away from
どこ
Kunosato.
だ
Where?
君は
Where did you meet him? Huh? It was...
それは
I almost answered, but managed to stop myself in time. I could hear Kunosato groan. I was close. I wasn't supposed to tell them yet.
尾上さん
Onoe,
彼女は取引
she
をしたい
wants to make a trade.
何
What?
どういうこ
What
と
do
で
you
すか？
mean?
施設の場所
She
を
says she'll
教え
tell
る
us where the facility is, and in exchange, she wants to help us find the cause of Chaos Child Syndrome. I mean, that sounds like a win-win. She'll tell us the thing we need to know, and then help us with finding the thing we're trying to find. Sounds win-win to me. Miyashiro was looking at me with narrowed eyes again.
尾上さん、
Onoe, was it?
一つ
Can I ask you something? That was scary when he stared at me, but I worked up my courage and looked back at the killer. What?
何
どうして首を突っ込
Why
ん
do you
だ
want
か
to get involved?
素人の君が
I
協
don't
力な
think
んて
there's
言った
anything
っ
an
て
amateur could do that would help.
それは
Well,
施設の情報だ
tell
け
the
刑事さん
detective
に
where the
教えてさ
facility is and go back to your
いつ
normal
も通り
happy
の楽し
life.
い生活に戻りな
I
よ。
don't think a person like him would understand how I felt. He was the kind of person who'd kill his own family. But if I didn't say anything, it would feel like I was letting him beat me. So I decided to say what I was thinking. My voice started to fill with emotion until finally I was practically shouting in his
友
face.
達かもしれない
Is
女
it
の子
wrong
を
to want to
助けたい
save
って
someone who might be my
そう
friend?
思うのがい
Not
け
that
ない
you
の
would know anything about
ま
that,
ああん
though,
た
I
には
bet.
そんな
He didn't say anything back. He just listened to me silently. And then when I was done, he smiled a little. What? How can he smile like that?
宮代
Yashiro, I'm giving you the
こ
final
のこと
decision
に
here.
関しては
Shinjo, that's
決
okay,
定
right?
権を
仕方ないな
Guess I don't have a choice. Thank you. I looked at Kunosato and the detective in surprise. They were going to let a murderer decide what to do with me? That didn't make any
た
sense.
だ
But it's a fact that without Onoe's information, we're
前
not
に
going to
進め
get
ないのは
anywhere.
事実だ
If we can find that facility, we can complete the image.
分かってます。
I know. Kunosato,
Kunosato-san.
Shinjo, can you leave me
Shinjo-san.
alone with her for a little while?
少しこの
Huh? That shocked me even... That's not the music cue I expected. That shocked me even more. No way. Who knew what he'd do?
好きにしろ
Do what you want.
少しの間だけだ
Just for a
ぞ
little, okay? Wait a second, no! I grabbed Kunosato's lab coat, but she knocked my hand away. That's the instant way of being like, it's fine. Nothing bad's gonna happen. And then the detective, of all people, was the first to leave the room. All he said was an irresponsible, "Don't worry, you'll be fine." And then he shut the door, and locked it too! I was trapped in here. I was too scared to turn around and face the bed. Whether I'd meant it or not, I'd been really mean to him. What if he attacked me? I took a glance over my shoulder. He, Takeru Miyashiro, was still there.
座っていいかな。
Can I sit down? I get tired if I stand up for too long. Do
好
what
き
you
にす
want.
ればいいでしょ。
Sprite lowered. Miyashiro took a deep breath and sat on the bed. He rubbed his knees as if he was feeling for something. There was no strength in him, and sitting down, he looked even smaller. He didn't look like he was going to attack me. A little relieved, I turned to face him.
別におかしなことは
I'm
しない
not
よ。
going to do anything. I just wanted to hear the rest of what you had to say.
友達かもしれない
You said you
女
wanted
の
to
子
save
を
a
助
girl
け
who
たい
might be your friend, right?
そうよ。
That's right. So
だか
what?
ら何？
それが
Is that... Miyashiro stopped rubbing his knees, and then he looked straight at me.
それが今
Is that what you want to
君
do
の
right
やり
now?
たいことなの。
For some reason, when he asked that question, I found that I couldn't speak for a second. I felt something boiling up deep within my heart, and then I answered him clearly.
そうですよ。
That's right. That's what I want to do. Is that all?
あ
Oh, yeah. For some reason, Miyashiro smiled again. I didn't understand what that smile meant. I see.
うん
Huh? Then he burst out laughing, and I didn't know what to do. He curled his tiny body up into an even tinier ball as he doubled over laughing. He shook as he tried to stop laughing, but he failed, and a hoarse voice leaked out of his throat. I didn't find it funny at all. What's so funny? No, sorry, it's nothing.
それで君は
So, once you save this girl who might be your friend, what are you gonna do?
私のことを
I'm going
聞
to
く
ask her
なら
about me, what I was like, why I was at Hekiho Academy.
そっか
I see.
分かっ
Alright,
た
that's a relief. Please help us.
僕らに協
Relieved?
力して
What
ほ
does
し
that
い
mean? This really didn't make any sense at all.
いいの？
Are you sure you can just okay it like that? They said he had final say,
君の
yeah.
や
I
りたい
won't
こ
get in
と
the way
は
of what
絶
you
対
want to
邪
do.
魔しないまあ
Well, as long as you stay out of certain places. So far, the second anyone has told her not to do something, she's immediately done it. But, you know, certain places.
何それ？
What do you mean?
こっちの話さ
Never mind. Thanks for your
協
help.
力
Miyashiro offered me his hand as he smiled. Did he want me to shake it? No way. I looked away and he stopped smiling and scratched his head.
ああ悪い
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. He seemed like a normal, awkward boy. It was impossible to believe that he could be a killer. Wait, what am I thinking? My
私
mind flashed back to those images of the case. Blood everywhere, the expressions of pain, the cruelly tortured bodies. The anger I'd almost forgotten came back. Just so we're clear,
どんな理由があって
no
も
matter what your reason was, killing someone is never right.
絶対に許されないから。
Oh no way, really? Those are words you said.
あんたは
What you did is the worst thing a person can do. The person in front of me had killed his own sister, and then said he'd kill himself, but didn't. Was he scared of dying even after he'd killed other people? Did he care about his own life too much? The people he'd killed had their own lives that they'd cared about too. They'd had lives, friends, and family. The things I was trying so hard to get for myself. Maybe I'd never get them, no matter how hard I tried. And he'd just stolen all of them away from others.
私
I hate people like you. I didn't know what effect my words had on him. He just sat on the bed and silently looked up. Then suddenly smiled again. What?
何よ。
And what's more, there were tears in his eyes. His tears were so honest and true that I found myself overwhelmed. I fell to the bed without a sound. How long did we stay like that? I had to remind myself that the person in front of me was a serial killer. Yeah, he clearly succeeded. If I didn't, I felt like I might forget my anger. I couldn't believe myself. It's too late for crying and regrets now.
手遅れよ。
Ishio kept crying, but he didn't stop smiling. His face looked like a parent watching a child.
後悔なんて
I don't have any regrets. I don't regret what I did. I'm satisfied.
自分のしたことに悔い
He
は
didn't
ない
regret it after all those terrible
満
killings.
足してるんだ
And he was serious, too. It was as if he was crying tears of joy.
この
You scum. I didn't want to keep talking to him anymore. I went to the door and called for Kunosato and the detective. They came inside and looked towards Miyashiro without bothering to see if I was okay.
結果は
What did you decide? Miyashiro wiped away the tears as he spoke.
協力してもらうこと
I've
にしま
decided
し
to
た
have her help us. You sure?
Hi.
Yes. The two of them looked at his face as if they saw something painful there. But he kept laughing and crying.
僕が考えてた
She's a little
普通
different
の
than what I
女の
thought
子と
a
ちょっと違い
normal
ますけど
girl would be, but if she wants to help Nono, then
ノ
let's
ノを
accept
助
her
けたい
offer.
と思ってこう
ノノ
Nono? Nono was the first name of Kurisu, the woman in the hospital room, which meant that the two of them were friends.
宮代
Mishiro, I just want to ask this once to be sure. Kunosada's voice was low. She probably was worried I'd hear.
お前はも
You aren't who you used to be. You can't use your power. You know
う
that,
力が
right?
使えない
はい
Yes, I've tried it many times. I can't even see the D
も
sword
う僕
anymore.
には
Power?
D-sword
The
も見え
D
ません。
sword? What was he talking about?
最悪の事態
If things go pear-shaped, you won't be able to rely on your power. You're willing to go ahead with this anyway, right?
それでもやるんだな
Things go pear-shaped. I feel like I've heard that in passing before, but I never, like, I get by context what it means, but, like, why pear-shaped?
はい
Yes,
ノノたちの
for
ため
Nono
で
and
す
the
か
other's sake.
というか
And anyway,
黒
this
里さん
isn't
らしくない
like
で
you.
すね
Aren't you happy enough just to get any clues about the committee?
それで満足
Mishiro
しないです
chuckled
か
and Kunosado frowned and looked away.
うるさい
Shut up. I've never
自
seen
分から
someone
力
throw
を
away
捨
their
てて
power
戻っ
and
てき
come
たやつ
back.
が初めて
Not
だ
sure how to handle you.
対応が難し
Are you
い
sure? She asked. Mishiro nodded.
大丈夫です
I'm fine. I don't need that power anymore. She was still looking away from him. All right, she whispered. Detective Shinjo's mouth went wide open in shock when he saw that.
なんだ
What? Is there something on my
私
face?
の
いや
No, I've just
野里さんが
never seen you
そんな
so
に分かりやす
obviously
く思ってる
bothered like
ことを
that.
普段からそういう態度
Would
で
you
いた
prefer
ら
I
いい
was like this
のに
all the time?
あそれい
Oh,
い
that's a great
アイデア
idea. I bet you could do it,
野里さん
Kunosada.
なら
お前らい
Would
い
you
加
two
減に
stop?
あの
I
私も
think it's a
その方
good
がいいと
idea
思います
too. The nurse said you were a difficult
気難し
person.
い人
なんだと
What? Oh no, why would you throw the nurse under the bus? Huh? Oh. I hadn't meant to say that. Kunosada was glaring at me fiercely. After that, she explained to me the rest of the plan. She was still pissed off the whole time. Finding out about Kurisu and the others, all the Cast Child Syndrome patients actually, involved far more danger than I had imagined, but I wanted my memories and my past back no matter what. That was enough to keep me from getting scared and blacking out, or backing out. I listened to Kunosado talk late into the evening and just barely managed to catch the last train home. The second I fell into bed, I felt an exhaustion coming on that I couldn't fight, and I fell asleep without even changing clothes. So much had happened today, I was sure I would never forget it. What about the old me, though? Did she ever have any amazing experiences like this? Or was her life boring and peaceful? Yeah. Definitely the latter. Definitely the latter. There was a white light in front of me. It was so bright and so hot that I thought I might burn myself. The light was shining down on me. It was the same light as before. It was probably the headlights of the car that struck me. This was part of my memories from the accident. It was too bright for me to see the car. There was just the light shining on me. Felt like I'd yelled something important, maybe. And I'd been crying, but I couldn't remember. It was so frustrating to have fragments of memories, but not the whole. The headlights of my dreams eventually grew to blot out everything else. And then I woke up. Wow, wouldn't it be really garbage if the only thing you dreamed of at night was a blinding white light? Wow, that sounds unpleasant. I put my hand to my cheek. It was wet. I'd been crying. I rubbed my red eyes as hard as I could and stood up. Maybe I could say goodbye to those dreams today. I looked at the clock, and it had only been 3 hours since I'd gone to sleep. I stayed awake until dawn, thinking and doing research.
案外
Maybe this suits my personality? I put together everything I'd researched and used to think. And when I thought, I found out where I had questions and researched them some more. For some strange reason, when I was working, I didn't feel sleepy. I honestly thought about getting a job at Momose's company someday.
それとも
Or maybe the old me just loved finding things out.
調査官
Nobody's ever said anything like that,
そんな
though.
の聞いたことないけど
Today was Sunday. A normal girl might be getting ready to go shopping with her friends, but I was different. Just like Kunosato had told me 2 days ago, I was about to...
よっし
Okay, let's go.
行きますか。
It was a little early still, but I quickly got ready and left. Chaos Child Syndrome is a treatable illness. It is not dangerous, and it is not communicable. Harassment of patients is a violation of their human rights and is forbidden by law. Let us strive for an equal society, free from discrimination. I looked up at the board. It was still displaying the message from yesterday. I stood a little way from the station entrance and watched the people go by. I quickly found the group I was looking for.
お買い物
Excuse me.
かな。
Are they going shopping, maybe? Excuse me. There was a group of Chaos Child Syndrome patients walking through the crowd. They were all old women, no, young girls. They were crossing the street, laughing and talking, and wearing the same clothes that young people wore. I had no idea what their real age was, but from the way they were talking, they might have been middle school girls. They might have been part of Hekiho Academy's middle school. No? The people around them were ignoring them, probably because they'd seen them a million times before. But a couple of foreigners were staring at them in shock. They even took their phones out and started taking pictures. But the girls showed no signs of noticing and continued their conversation.
やっぱり
He was right.
本当だったんだ。
I remembered what Miyashiro had told me the other day.
本当に気がつかないんだ
We really don't notice. It's more like it doesn't even exist for
認識
us.
できないと言った方が
He was telling me about the strange symptoms of Chaos Child Syndrome.
僕から見れば
From my perspective, all the students at Hekiho looked like normal middle and high school kids.
見ているだけじゃなく
I didn't just see them. Sometimes I would touch them and their skin didn't feel like an old person's at all.
でも
But you knew what people were saying about you, right?
それも全く
Not at all. We thought that Chaos Child Syndrome was a type of PTSD caused by the earthquake.
PTSD
PTSD? What did that mean again? I felt like I'd heard it before.
心的外傷
Post-traumatic stress disorder. Basically, our memories from the earthquake would cause flashbacks and make us depressed or feel like we had to throw up.
宮代たちは
That's how Miyashiro and the others were made to understand their symptoms.
でも実際は全然
But the reality was completely different. I know for a fact that I saw videos and images and heard radio stories about Chaos Child Syndrome many times, but...
それに
And I just learned recently that all the victims were Chaos Child patients too.
僕はこの前初めて知ったんだ
The next thing I knew, the Chaos Child girls had vanished onto the other side of the street. They were walking around and living normal lives, just like other people. They could talk to people and look on TV and the internet, but anything about their real appearance, anything that would tell them they actually had the bodies of very old people, they wouldn't see or hear. It was kind of like they were living in their own wonderful dream. That's how it felt to me. The day after I'd heard what Miyashiro had to say, I'd borrowed Aoi's phone again and done my own research on Chaos Child Syndrome. When I looked at what I saw online in light of what he told me, I realized how many people had no idea what they were talking about. On the internet, no. It was like they just accepted the superficial things that they were told and didn't try to find the truth. On the internet, you say? I find that hard to believe. They were shutting their eyes and ears to what they didn't want to hear. On the internet. I also learned that people like that were called wrong-siders. They were on the wrong side of the information divide.
それと
And then there's Nono Kurisu. I'd also learned something important about Nono Kurisu, the girl who might have been my friend. It might have been the clue I needed to learn about my past. It's about time,
そろそろかな
maybe. I looked at the clock and it was almost time. I headed into the crowd in the direction the little girls had gone and started walking on to my destination. I could see the inside of the academy from a distance. There was no one there, not even the guard from the other day. None of the people who thought they were students at the school were there. Detective Shinjo and Kunosato's plan was working so far. Yes, their plan to have the school empty on a non-school day, going off without a hitch, called up an image in my mind. It was the man I'd seen on Kunosato's computer. His name was... Suichi Wakui. Yeah, that's
あり
right.
そうだ
Sometimes in the fragments of my memories, I would see him in a special place. It wasn't a classroom or the club room. It was a mysterious place surrounded by machinery. He was standing there and telling me something. Before the accident, I was meeting with him in a secret place in the school.
で
So,
どこだ？
where is it? I turned around and found Kunasato standing behind me. When did she get here? Could she at least say hello? No, she's incapable of it actually. Where in the school is it?
刑事さんと
Where are the detective? And, where is he?
さっき
They just went inside from the rear gate.
手を回して
I pulled some strings. The school is empty. Once we're inside, we'll be fine.
私たちも行こう。
We should get going too. Kunasato started walking. She stood up tall, like always, and walked right into the school. I followed behind her, bent over and trying to be sneaky. Gotta sneak in. When I had told them 2 days ago about the vision I'd had, when I told them about the place where I'd been meeting Wakui, all three of them had gone pale. It was in that room. It was a place in Hekiho Academy that wasn't a classroom or a clubroom, where the sun never shone. It was filled with machines I'd never seen before. The man named Wakui was standing there and telling me something. When I told him that, Kunasato had put her hand to her forehead and yanked at her hair in frustration. She'd already thoroughly searched Hekiho Academy, but I guess I didn't search it thoroughly enough, she said, frustrated. Man, they should have animated that. I wanted to see very frustrated Kunasato, but... Of course, we had to go search the school again. The question was what to do with Miyashiro. I didn't think he needed to come with us, but evidently he had to go wherever the device was that I'd seen in my vision. Kunasato and Shinjo had been searching for that device the whole time, they'd said.
で、
So,
その場所
where
は
is
ど
it?
こにあるんだ？
Kunasato asked again as she walked ahead of me. I followed behind her and tried to summon the vision in my head, but I couldn't be sure.
どこって言われ
I'm
ても
not sure. I'll have to walk through the
そ
school.
の場所を見つけたらいい
When I
です
find it, I'll say so.
あまり悠長にはしていられ
We
ない
don't have a lot of time. I can't have this place emptied out for too
分
long.
かってます
I know. We walked inside the school building. When we got inside, the two of them were standing in a corner. Takeru Miyashiro was really outside. He wasn't wearing handcuffs or anything else.
すいませ
Excuse me,
ん
detective. Yes?
この間も思
I
ったんです
thought
けど
this yesterday too, but
二人とも
don't you two
この
trust him a
人を
little
信用し
too
すぎ
much?
連続殺人事
You
件
know
の
he's a
犯人
serial
なんです
killer,
よ
right? Shouldn't you be a little more
もうちょっと
careful?
しっかりというか
Both of them just look at her like, oh. Sarika Onoe is telling this to us. Suddenly I felt like an idiot. I was just a teenage girl. Why would a detective take advice from me?
あ
Oh, yeah. No need to worry about
Miyashiro.
Miyashiro. He's fine.
あ心配しなくて
そんなことより
Forget that. Start
さっさと
looking.
探せ
Forget it. Wasn't it really important? I didn't really understand what was going on.
わかりました
Alright, let's
行き
go.
ますよ
Look down the hallway from the entrance as I spoke. I remembered the vision again. That was, yeah, it was a very dark spot.
日の当たらない校舎
It's
か
somewhere in the building that doesn't get any light, or maybe
地
underground?
下かな
I started walking, relying only on my hazy memories. I'd start by checking all the hallways. Something might ring a bell. The others followed after me, staring intently at their surroundings. I was paying close attention, too, to see if I remembered anything.
そう
Oh, right. I turned back to face Kunasato as I walked.
あの
There's something I wanted to ask about Nono Kurisu.
今お前がするべ
Is
き
that what you should be focusing on right now? She was glaring at me incredibly fiercely, but it was something I needed to know. I didn't back down.
クルスさん
Kurisu
怪
was
我をして
injured,
ましたよ
right?
ね
In the
胸のと
chest?
ころ
Yeah, by a sword wielded by someone. Could be anyone. Yeah, that's right.
確かに
Oh, sorry. The detective answered instead of Kunasato. I glanced at Miyashiro before I spoke again.
ネットで見たんです
I
けど
read online that it happened because she got caught up in the
例の
murders.
事件に
Is that
巻き込
true?
まれた
Whew. No, she's not. For some reason, all three of them fell silent. Miyashiro was the one responsible for the so-called return of the New Generation Menace. In the end, he hadn't killed himself like he said he was going to. It said he chickened out and he'd surrendered. There were a lot of different rumors about why he'd said he was going to kill himself in public. The most popular one was that he'd failed to recreate the New Generation Madness. The last New Generation Madness, 6 years ago, had been composed of 7 murders, but this time there had only been 6. There was supposed to have been another on November 4th, but it had failed. and it was Nono Kurisu who was supposed to be the target. She was Miyashiro's stepsister. It didn't make the news, but on November 4th, Kurisu had been attacked by someone and had been put into a coma. She'd been found in time to save her life, but just like I'd seen in the hospital room, she was still asleep. And of course, the one who was thought to have attacked her was...
どうなの
well, Miyashiro. I glared at him, but he didn't answer. He just looked back at me, and for some reason his eyes were sad. I just couldn't understand what this murderer was thinking. So I started telling him what I'd learned.
同じ施設だったのよね
You were in the same orphanage, right?
妹さんに連れて
Did you try to kill another
お姉さん
sister
の
after you killed the
手にかけ
first one?
クルスさんと同じ
And you were in the
新聞
newspaper
部に
club
い
with
たみ
her.
たいね
Your names were on a video that
アップ
was
されてた
uploaded.
の
I wasn't sure if I should ask what I really wanted to know. I should have realized yesterday. When Miyashiro had called Kurisu Nono, her first name, Kurisu and Miyashiro were close, which meant that since I was Kurisu's friend, he knew me too.
あんた
Do you know me?
私を知ってる
知らない。
No. There was no hesitation in his voice. It was clearer and louder than I'd ever heard him before.
そんなはずないわ
That's impossible. I have a photo of me and Kurisu together.
知らない。
I don't know you. Nono and I didn't get along. I don't know who she was
ノ
friends
ノの
with.
友達。
その写真新聞部
That
の
photo
部
was
室で
taken
撮
in
ら
the
れたもの
newspaper
よ
club room. You were the club president. There's no way you wouldn't know.
知らない。
I don't know you.
おい
Come
So
on,
you
talk about that
had to
later.
go
Hurry. Man,
Isoge.
the right hand side of this hallway is just super well lit. Kunasato suddenly pushed me hard from behind. It was as if she was trying to cut me off for Miyashiro's sake. Both Miyashiro and the detective started walking faster too. It's like they decided on in advance that this was how they would respond to that question.
何なの
What's going on? This didn't make sense. Felt like Momose and Kunasato were hiding something about my past. And then there was the way that Detective Shinjo acted when he first saw me. And more than anything, there was the way Miyashiro had cried when he seen me. I could hear myself grinding my teeth, balled my hands into fists. This was incredibly frustrating. I had so many big hints, and I knew everyone was trying to hide something, but I couldn't remember what it was.
そっちはダメだ。
Not that way.
え
Huh? Miyashiro suddenly spoke in a sharp tone. We all stopped. The sign said that the annex was up ahead. This was where I'd found the newspaper club room.
何
What?
そっちは最後だ
We'll。go there last, once we've checked everywhere else.
何なのあんた
What's your problem? It doesn't matter where we start, does it? And if we go to the newspaper club room, I might find some
新聞部に行け
hints.
ば
お前は
You're here to help
ノノ
Nono,
を助け
right?
に。新聞部の周りに
There
怪
were
しい
no
部屋なんてなか
suspicious
った
rooms around the newspaper club. I'm sure of that. Miyashiro turned around without waiting for my answer.
あんたちょっと
Hey, wait! Wait! I suddenly saw a clear vision in my mind and yelled. That was...
どうした
What is it? My legs started moving on their own. The memories became clearer along with the vision. The view of the courtyard from the window, the trees and plants. The scene in the window connected with my memories. That's right. Whenever I talked with Wakui in that strange room, I always went through this hallway. Probably. And after going through this hallway, what did I do?
おい
Hey, did you
思い出
remember?
ちょっと静かに
Be
してくだ
quiet,
さい
please. I can't
気
concentrate.
が散ります
I started to walk, following the hazy trail in my memories, and I ended up outside the annex. This was the first floor of the annex. I stood in front of the building's wall. What was I going to do with the wall? I wasn't sure why, but I did what the memories told me and put my hand on the wall.
No.
What? Oh. I could hear Miyashiro and the detective gasp. Huh? Didn't believe what I was seeing either. My hand had gone through the wall. My hand went straight into the school building, as if there was nothing there. I could see the wall, but it didn't exist. I couldn't feel anything against my hand.
そこか
So that's it. What is this?
これ
My mind was shocked and confused, but my body remembered this feeling. I pushed forward and deeper into the wall. The next thing I knew, I was up to my shoulder without resistance. It looked like something out of a cartoon. Suddenly, I came back to my senses and leapt back. I fell backward onto my butt. When I looked up, the wall was still in front of me. It was impossible to believe that my hand had just gone through it. What's
どう
going
いう
on?
こと
It was my own memories that had brought me here, but I was still stunned.
思った通りだ。
Just like I thought, he used a delusion synchro to hide it. No wonder I couldn't find it.
道理で見つ
Kunosato
か
went
ら
up
ない
and
わ
put
け
her
だ。
hand against the wall. It disappeared, just like mine had.
実際に見せられると
It's like magic when you actually see it up close. I can't believe it.
実際には
In fact, it's
ただ
just an
の錯
illusion.
覚だ。
そうですね。
That's right. Can you see inside?
中は見
俺が確かめよ
I'll take a look. The detective poked his head in. It disappeared into the wall without any resistance.
う。暗くてよく
It's
見え
too
な
dark
い
to see
な。
clearly, but I think there's some
Tabun
stairs.
kaidan
They're going down.
新聞部の
So it's right under the newspaper club.
バカにされているようだな。
Feels like he was making fun of us. The detective took something out of his pocket. It was a small flashlight.
5分経って俺が
If you don't come
戻らな
back
いよう
after 5
に逃げろ
minutes, run. He tossed something at Kunosato, who grabbed it. Looked like a car key.
宮代君の姿だけは
Just don't
誰
let
にも
anyone
見
see
せる
me,
な。
Ishiro. And
あ
remember,
と
the accelerator's on the
アクセルは無理だ
right.
からな。
待て。
Wait, you know I can't drive.
銃をすぐ使えるようにして
Make sure you got your gun ready. Don't waste time with warning shots. If you see him, shoot him immediately.
おいおい。
Listen, Japan isn't like where you come from, you know? But the detective took out his gun and put it in his other hand. It was the first time I'd ever seen one, and I felt a shiver run down my back. I was forced to realize once more that this wasn't a game.
気をつけて。
Be careful.
あ、
Yeah. If we make it this far and something bad happens to Shinjo, gonna be mad. Just saying, he's made it this far. He's gotten no respect or credit for any of the good stuff he's done from any of his peers. Gonna be mad. The detective put his hand up against the wall without any hesitation and then went inside.
宮代。そっちを
Yashiro,
見
you
張って
watch
よ
that side.
はい。
Right. The two of them ignored my shock as they stood back to back and watched their surroundings. This way. They didn't seem surprised. In fact, this seemed like a normal, everyday occurrence for them. I forced myself to calm down and stand up and wipe the mud off my clothes. I had goosebumps. Can you explain? What is this? We're busy. Neither of them looked at me. They just kept watching.
皆さんは
What are you trying to do?
カオスチャイルド症
We
候
need the
群
data
の
on
治療の
Wakui's
ヒントを
lab
得
to
る
get a
ため
clue for how to cure cash out
爆
syndrome.
医の
I
研
told
究
you
室
that,
には
right?
データが必要だ。
I knew that. They told me 2 days
So-
ago.
そうじゃなくて
No, I meant I couldn't find the words. Too much had happened and I wasn't sure what to ask. With nothing else to do, I stood guard as well. It was frustrating just sitting there and waiting for time to pass. I thought it had surely been 5 minutes, but it had been less than 1. As I kept looking at the time, not standing guard.
無事か。
You're safe?
Huh.
Yeah, got it.
あ、
Kunosato hung up and turned towards me.
クリアだ。
It's clear. Let's go. Then, just as soon as the words were out of her mouth, she vanished into the wall. Oh. What was I supposed to do? I didn't know what was going on, and I was scared.
君はここまででいい。
This is as far as you have to go. Hurry and get out of the school grounds. Huh? Miyashiro turned back to me and spoke.
ノノたちは
I'll
僕が
find a
絶対
cure
に
for
回復
Nono
さ
and
せ
the
る。
others. I promise.
案内ありがと
Thanks for taking us here. Wait,
それじゃ
this is it.
さよなら。
Goodbye. Miyashiro smiled and disappeared beyond the wall. When I heard his words, I felt a pain, like someone was squeezing my chest. Huh? What's happening to me?
どうしたんだろう
I couldn't run away. I just stood in front of the wall. Feeling like I had lost something important. I knew this feeling from somewhere, but I wasn't sure where. I'd forgotten something important. Things that shouldn't be, like Stardew Valley and GDQ. Yeah. Speedrunning Stardew Valley seems to take the entire point of the game out of it. I mean, to each their own. If that's what you enjoy doing, all the better to you. It just seems strange to me. What was this feeling? Ah, damn it all. I slapped my hands against my cheeks as hard as I could. The old me would have gone beyond the wall. I knew that much. Well, yeah, because you have memories from back there. So there was nothing to be afraid of. It was much more important that I remember. I put my hands up against the wall to make sure that there was nothing there one more time, and then plunged inside. I went down that long, narrow staircase, holding my hand against the wall. It was dim, but not completely dark. There was a tiny bit of light leaking up from below. Each time I took a step, the memories became more clear. There was no mistaking it. I'd been here before. It wasn't deja vu.
前のは 私
Just who was that old me?
一体何だったの？
I've been a student here at Hekiho, even though I didn't have Chaos Child Syndrome. Maybe I was a scientist like Kunosato, and that's why I was talking to Wakui down here? No, that didn't seem right. There's no way a normal girl like me could be a scientist. A weird smile appeared on my face as I started to think about different ideas. Each time the lid almost came off my memories, I started to feel terrible and I smiled to take my mind off it. Don't go down there. You can't go down there. I could feel someone whispering that deep within my heart. But my legs wouldn't go back. What if the old me was a totally different person? What if? What if knowing about her changed me? Even if it did, I still wanted to know about the real me. And then I finally reached the bottom of the stairs. Oh. I mean, fair, yeah, why not? Row after row of TV monitors filled the space. I knew this sight. I'd seen it in the visions. Were the visions of this room? Miyashiro looked angry at me for not listening to his warning. But he didn't say anything.
どうだ
Well?
黙ってろ。
Shut up, you're distracting me. Kunosato sat down in front of the computer and began typing at an incredible speed. She seemed to be doing a detailed check of the data on it. She's clearly hacking into the mainframe.
いける。
Okay, we can do this. We got the data we need.
本
Really?
当ですか？
Kunosato actually smiled for once.
急いで始めるぞ。
Let's hurry up and get started.
はい。
It needs to help her to hack faster. Exactly. Right.
新庄さんは表で
Shinjo,
監
you
視
go
を頼
upstairs
む
and watch. If something happens, let me know immediately.
あ
Right. Make sure you get a backup of that data.
誰に言って
Who
る
do you think you're talking to? Shinjo smiled back and ran up the stairs.
宮代
Mishiro, get inside. Once you sit down to the device, do the injections immediately. I don't like the sound of any part of that sentence.
はい。
Right.
注射の仕方は
You know how to
も
handle
う
the
大丈夫
injections, okay now, right?
はい。
Yes, you got mad at me enough times at the hospital.
何度教えても
Because no matter how many times I taught you, you never learned. Mishiro ran into the next room, looking a little excited.
あの
Did you find
見つか
something?
ったんですか？
Kunosato started typing again.
あ
Yeah, just what we thought. The device and the data we need.
これでカオスチャイルド
We
症
may be
候
able to
群
use this
治
to
療でき
cure
るかも
Chaos
しれ
Shell
ない
Syndrome. Her voice lilted slightly. I'd never seen her so happy.
それじゃあ
Then you can cure Kurisu and the others.
おそらくな
Probably. I couldn't help but sigh in relief.
どうやって治療
How
す
are you
るん
going
で
to
す
cure
か？
them? What do you mean by data?
画像だ
An image. Huh?
画像って
An image? You mean like a
写
picture or
真とか
something?
絵とか
You could cure the disease with a picture? That didn't make any sense. But from the way Kunosato was acting, it must be.
そもそも
What's the cause of Chaos Child Syndrome anyway?
しかも
And why are Kurisu and the others the only ones in a coma? That was something I'd been wondering for a while. The town was filled with Chaos Child Syndrome patients wandering around. Kunosato stopped typing and hesitated for a moment. Then she looked at me and whispered, I guess it's alright.
お前
You've seen patients besides Kurisu and the others, right? I nodded. I'd just seen some of the crossing, and I'd seen the whole class of them here at Hekiho.
どう感じた
How did they feel to you?
どうって言
What
わ
do
れ
you
ても
mean? They were probably actually middle school age. It seemed like they had no idea that anything was wrong. The ones in the classroom would look straight at me.
なんていうかその
Well, I wonder. I
自
don't
分
know.
たち
We'll have to
の
watch it
都合の
afterwards.
いい夢の
It
中で
was
生
like,
きてるみたい
they were having
ってい
a
うか
dream that showed them just what they wanted to see.
ほう
Huh? You got right to the heart
確
of it.
信をついてるじゃないか
Kunosato smiled, a teacher whose student just got a good grade, and went back to typing at the keyboard. She seemed to find the data she was looking for because she nodded in satisfaction.
カントの
Are you
右
aware
手と
of
左手の話に
Wittgenstein's opposition to Kant's left-hand, right-hand thought experiment? Yeah! From the names, maybe they were important scientists or something? I doubted any high school girl had actually heard of them.
頭と尻が逆になっている
Take
日
two
本のマッ
matches
チ棒は
with the top and bottom reversed, spin them and overlap them. They'll still be the same thing, but a one-dimensional being won't be able to tell. Okay, sure.
背中合わせになっている
Take
2つ
two
の
right
直角三角
triangles back to back and pile them up on
つま
top
み
of
上
each
げ
other,
て重ねれば
and they're still the
同
same
一のもの
thing,
だが
but a two-dimensional
二
being
次
will
元
be
人
able to
はそれ
tell.
に気づかいずれも
In both cases, a person from those dimensions can't recognize what happened. They're incapable of understanding that actions and concepts of rotate and pile up even exist. Okay, I'm with you so far. Serica's not. I didn't get what she was saying at all. Each of these creatures in a different dimension has its own world that only it can understand. They're in what you describe as a dream, a delusion. Scientists call this phenomenon delusion synchro. Remember what Miyashiro said? Chaos Child Syndrome patients have delusions that alter their sight, their hearing, and even their sense of touch.
つまり
So in other words, the students at this academy are all having the exact same ultra-realistic dream? Is that really possible? Kunasato seemed to sense my disbelief. Her expression was completely serious. More precisely, their brainwaves are causing them all to share the same delusion. That's why we call it delusion synchro. That's how the entrance to this basement was sealed. We were forced to share in the delusion that there was a wall there, so we could neither find it nor come inside. But you showed us that there was no actual wall. The delusion was broken for us and the wall ceased to fulfill its function. Oh, so without her putting her hand through, they wouldn't have even been able to do that. They probably would have just stopped their hand there. I see. I didn't understand still, but I decided to pretend I did. She was the key, yeah. And in the same way, someone appeared who was capable of escaping from the delusions shared by all Chaos Child Syndrome patients and destroying it.
それが
That person was Miyashiro? Correct. He recovered from the syndrome, and in doing so, the cycle of delusions that was shared by all of Shibuya collapsed. Some of the patients ceased to be able to synchronize their delusions with the others. To continue the example, imagine this whole school as mimes, pretending to be trapped in an invisible box, and Miyashiro walked right through the invisible walls of the box and shattered them. Maybe you can think of them as all as people in a movie, and Miyashiro screamed, "Cut!" I remembered my hand going through the wall. It was like a bad dream or a bad joke. Thanks to Miyashiro, Kurisu and the others were released from their delusion, but they weren't able to handle the gap between delusion and reality and went into a coma. Yep. In fact, everyone in a coma was someone who was close to Miyashiro. I remember the people in the hospital room. There was Kurisu and then Arimura, Kazuki, and Yamazoe, right? Of course, the coma itself is dangerous, but it's evidence that their brain is trapped between reality and delusion, and fighting to escape the syndrome is it's a necessary process. So we want to strip that same delusion from the others as well. Kunasato grinned wickedly. If we do, someday they'll come back to reality, just like Miyashiro did. Miyashiro, did you inject the meds I gave you? Yes. Kunasato started talking to some kind of microphone, and I could hear Miyashiro's voice from the speaker next to it. Going to start taking your brainwave data, got it? Yes, thank you. He sounded kind of out of it. What was he doing in the next room?
あの
How did Miyashiro recover from the syndrome? I'm not sure. If you want to know, ask him. Oh, I guess that's the perfect topic for discussion. Can you go to his side and talk to him? I gave him a tranquilizer to make it easier to get the data, but I can't have him falling asleep. If Shinjo was here, I'd ask him, but now you're all I've got. The drug will run out soon, it won't take long. Kunasato saw my hesitation and motioned for me to get going. I had no choice but to head into the next room. Sorry. I heard her speak, but I didn't answer. I could tell that she wasn't talking to me. You know I'm gonna say I'm sorry, and I am sorry. But this seems like the only logical stopping point we're gonna get for a little bit. I know, Ramen, I know, but like... I can already tell there's definitely not like a half hour left of this ending. I can tell that for sure without asking anybody. But like... I can already feel us getting just too close to answers. We're gonna give you a week to just ruminate on all this. Just think about it all. Just have fun with that, Ramen. Won't that be great? Me too. We will be doing this next weekend. On the off chance we finish this Saturday, which doesn't seem impossible, but I don't want to guarantee, then I figure Sunday we start Nirvana, right? Because that'll be out by then, I think. If we... Almost around half an hour left. One more stream should be enough. Alright. Is it really about a half an hour left? Because I can... Don't want to guarantee. That's fair. Understandable. But it's... You clearly know this game. It's definitely less than, like, an hour plus. It's definitely... Because I can do, like, half hour to an hour. I can do it. But if it's going to be, like, hour and a half, 2 hours, I can't. I can't. I cannot. I can go over a little bit at work tomorrow, but I can take a nap tomorrow after work. Like, it's okay. But if it's somewhere between a half hour and hour, I can do that. Screw it. Alright. In for a penny, in for a pound, right? Alright. Alright. Screw it. Oh. A sec. I am going to at least save here, though. We haven't saved it at all this entire route, so at the very least we're saving. The second I came inside, I was sure. This was the room. There was no doubt about it. This is where I would talk to Walkery in the visions. It was a cold, white room. A hospital room? Or maybe an operating room. There was a device in the middle of the room, like something you'd seen in a science fiction movie. Miyashiro was lying back on a seat in the middle of the device. It looked like something out of a spaceship cockpit. Yeah, that happens too sometimes. He wasn't asleep, but the drugs made him look really tired. What?
別に
Nothing. I told him I'd come to keep him from falling asleep and pulled up a chair and sat down.
何なのその機械
What's that machine? What does it do?
久野里さんから
Kunosano didn't tell you?
よくわからなかった
I didn't really understand what she said. All I got was that she was going to take Meishiro's brainwaves and that she'd use them to do something about Chaos Child Syndrome. Well, she can be hard to understand. She either uses wrong-siders for her own purposes or just leaves them behind.
私が情報
I'm
弱
only
者
a
なのは
wrong-sider because I can't
思い出せな
remember.
いから
Because you guys won't tell me the things that are important.
あんたたちが話さないからでしょ
Think you're wrong? See, that seems to match up a lot more with what it seems like it's going to be to me, just from what's going on. Cool. We're going to finish it Saturday. It's okay. We got our save file. We're good. You remembered now and not an hour and a half from now, so it's all good. Sorry to give you false hope, Ramen, but like, if it's going to be like 2 hours, I can't do it. I can't. If it was going to be a half hour, I could swing it. I'd lose a bit of sleep before work, but life would go on. As it stands... That'll be even better, because then we could also do the trophy cleanup afterwards while we process what happens if there's about 2 hours left. That seems the right call. So, sorry to give you false hope, Ramen, but we're cutting it. Man, I can't wait to see Potions post in the heckin' Discord as they go through this VOD. Holy crap. That's gonna be, I can't wait for Pots to be like, what? That's true, and maybe Pots will get to be there at the end, which would be cool. Which would be cool. Whew, boy. The wild ride never ceases, man. I can already... While I doubt anything that could happen towards the end of this game is going to make it... The problem with why I love Steins Gate so much is it hit me at 2 separate points in my life where it resonated with me so hard. I can understand now why people say they like this one better. And I can even arguably sit down and objectively say this is probably the better written game. This is a bigger, wider spanning, more interesting story. But I don't think it's ever going to top... I think for me, Steins Gate's always going to be my #1 visual novel because I played the right game at the right time. And it resonated too hard with me. But I can understand why there are a lot of people who are like, this is the one, this is my favorite. I get it. I understand now. And we ain't even done with it yet, but I get it. Like, Steins characters more fair. I like the Steins characters a lot. They are designed to be more likable. It helps that most of them don't go around killing people. That helps. Most. Yeah. Oh, this is way more serious, for sure. Like, it's different things to different people, but I can objectively say this is a... Going into this after playing after playing Chaos Head, which was interesting, but I would definitely call, in my opinion, the weak link of the side of games I'd played so far, which made sense. It was the first one. It was a different tone than all the other ones I'd played, but like, yeah, like, jeez. Speaking of messages that hit really hard, I've said it like twice in the past 2 days, and I'm going to say it one final time. People should really watch Everything Everywhere All at Once. Good movie. Don't look up anything. Just watch the movie. Just watch the movie. Just watch the movie. Don't look up anything. Watch the movie. I really liked it. Calico Never had said I'd probably really like it, and they were accurate. I really liked it. But it's one of those ones that I feel it benefits from going in knowing as little as possible. If anybody's really on the fence and like me explaining a bit of it will sway them to watch it, DM me on Discord. I'll give like a briefest as I can hook point, but I truly think that going in as blind as possible is the best way. But that's just me. Thank you all for tuning in, thank you all for watching. This is continuing to be the wildest of rides. Holy crap. The wildest of rides. And we are hopefully, at this rate, it seems absolutely like we will finish this next weekend. Even if somehow this ending is super long and goes past Saturday, we'll just finish it Sunday. It seems like we are finishing this next week. Which means we'll take a week off the week after. There will be no visual novel stuff because that's Sunbreak release weekend. And we play in Sunbreak. But then after that, we'll probably come back with Nirvana. That's the general visual novel plan for right now. Obviously things could be changed, but that's the plan. Then Mizuki time, which is also going to be a great time and probably also a roller coaster. But while those games can definitely have some like sad times and dead people, they also, and bad parents, they also had a lot of humor to them. Most of it was dirty humor, but I was entertained personally. I liked it. Yeah, I'm not going to read anyone tonight because we're already over time and I'm hungry and tired. So we got a monster, a quote, a Discord. Oh, man, and then we had that week recently where it was as bad as Yakuza. And it's got to be. Oh. Do you know what? Just for the hell of it.
Hey, master. I am math scientist. It's so cool!
Oh, Ark, did you end up seeing the first Eye of the Somnium Files game? Because if not, it's definitely a direct sequel. So if you haven't, A, I've got archives up, or B, if you don't have time for that because it's a long visual novel game, you could probably read a synopsis out there. I'd argue it's worth going through, but I also don't know if you know it or not, so. Yeah, the Mizuki route. I hope, just to slightly piss off Grim, that they start with the song they end with. Just so Grim immediately goes, nah, I'm out, I'm done, bye. I really enjoyed it. That's why I'm really looking forward to this second one, because I truly, really enjoyed that first one. Yeah. One annoying otaku character. Oh, Ota's the worst. Ota's the worst. Absolutely. Hard stop, he's the worst. But the rest of the game was really good. The rest of the game is good. It even had a bad end where you go off with the large-chested, not very buttoned-up, nameless secretary and live a happy life with her. Ota is objectively terrible. Yeah. But I have to go. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. Did we have an extra shout-out? We totally did. Where did it go? We had Atelier, right? Yeah. Yeah, we had Atelier dropping 48 mother flippin' months down on the chat, as well as everyone in chat hanging out, joining me on this ride. This has been Viper for Viperland, and I'll see you all next time.